Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, so, oh my goodness. Okay, let's turn that off for a second. Welcome, everyone, to another comparison stream. I'm really excited about this one. As always, before I get into it, I do want to talk about a few things. I just finished setting up this stuff, so we can actually move over. I hope I sound okay. I hope I'm not like too quiet for anyone. I kind of moved my mic the way that it's on the stand, like the holder that I have. I moved it around a little bit, so it might sound a little different. I'm not sure. Okay. Oops. Nope. Trying to do this, and there we go. Oh, thank God. I was just like, is this gonna work? I don't know. Stick that up there as well. So, welcome everyone. I'm Morali, and we're here with another comparison stream. Last week we did the Shiver Peak Mountains, and while we're kind of talking about that, I'm actually going to be moving into Scoundrel's Rise real quick because that's where we're going to start. I kind of I try to find some kind of structure for a lot of the ways that I do these streams and stuff, and I think the best way to do it. There's so much. Okay, Kryta. Like I'm gonna do Kryta up until like probably Majesty's Rest. Like I'll probably stop there. I'll probably um I think I'm gonna do the Talmark Wilderness, and that's probably one I'm gonna cut off. Uh, I don't know if I'm gonna get it all done today, cause there is just so much, guys. Like it's not even funny. There is a ton of stuff that you have to do, um, to see. Like I'm looking through the stuff right now, and it's just like crazy. Okay, it's crazy, 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 crazy. Because of course, like you know, Guild Wars 1, like Kryta is kind of where the game starts to like really pick up. Okay, why do we have this like raptor tail right in our face? It's kind of annoying. So in Guild Wars 1, like in Kryta, once you reach Kryta, the game starts picking up. And ArenaNet did the same for Guild Wars 2, right? Where like once you reach Lion's Arch, the game really starts opening up. But I also think that naturally, because the game, they probably concentrated on the human areas a lot at first. That a lot of those maps are just, crunch was like not even a thing they thought of, right? This was just like early thoughts and concepts and stuff. So they took their time to put all the stuff in for these maps. Like that's why you find that like in Shaymore you find that windmill, right? That windmill that we always talk about in the fields of Shaymore and stuff. Like you find those just you find all these details there, right? That have like no purpose whatsoever. They're just like these fun things, and these kind of become less and less and less as the game goes on, because they started slowly getting into the crunch, and then you get to maps like Firehard Rise that are just like completely barren, and there's like nothing interesting really to see. Um, yeah, but so Kryta being the area that it's just full of just interesting things to talk about, and I'm sure this is going to be probably the one that it's just going to it's just the most interesting. The windmill, I mean, the windmill is awesome, right? The windmill is such a cool detail, and it's really nice, and it doesn't serve any purpose whatsoever. It's something that I point out because I just think that so much development time went into it to make sure that it's like, because as far as I can tell by looking at all the like moving parts and the moving, the things and stuff that are going on, um, it looks like a working windmill, right? With like workers coming in and out of it and stuff, but it doesn't serve any purpose at all. And it just kind of makes me think like, oh, they were playing around with the engine, and they were trying to see how far they can take something, right? The concept of like, can we make this windmill work, or can we make these moving parts, or whatever, right? They kind of were like, we have all this freedom now that we can use, like it's a they took the engine of Guild Wars 1, but it's like updated, right? So they're kind of like, let's see how much we can do with it. And I think that's kind of where that, and then they kind of were like, oh, we're leaving that in or something, where they're like, that's kind of cool, we're leaving that in. Oh my God, what the hell was that? Was it this screen or the other screen? One of the screens was like shaking like crazy. before I really get into the stream as well, and I'm gonna have to. I'm just looking over. You guys don't know what it looks like, but it's really funny. Um, so I went to it's been crazy. Okay, so I just want to say my life has been crazy, and I feel like I'm going crazy. Um, but it's not bad, okay? It's not bad stuff, but it's just busy. I'm just busy, busy, busy. I'm trying to get videos done. I'm trying to write scripts. I'm trying to do different things, and nothing is happening. Okay? It's just slow progress on all fronts. But stuff is gonna happen once I can get my schedule. So the new restaurant that I'm at, we're gonna have our soft opening for the next couple of days. Then we're gonna have our grand opening on Friday, and then next week is probably gonna be like really crazy stuff. Like it's gonna be crazy, crazy, crazy busy. And I probably will just be working like 5 days that week and 6 days that week, whatever. And then hopefully, by the time that we get to like the week after that, so in like 2 weeks, I should have a proper schedule. I'm hoping to the point where I can have my set days off again, and I can start working on things like a regular human being. I did finish my old job on Saturday. Saturday night was my last shift over there. And it was just like without fanfares and anything. So it was just kind of like, some of the people were like, "Oh, sad to see you go," which was sweet. But yeah, the manager didn't really say anything. The owners, the one owner, the main guy that owns it, didn't say anything to me. He said nothing to me. So yeah, I mean, it was just like power for the course for me. It was just like it was a confirmation that I'm not doing something that I'm doing the right thing. You know what I mean? Um, so, but yeah, I'm done with that. So that job is over with, and that kind of, you would think that would open up my schedule, but it really doesn't because the one job that I have right now, they want me there like full time, and I'm just like, no. So hopefully once they open up and they figure out their shit, I can go back to my like part-time situation, and just work once in a while. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, I love that place. I still love that place. I just don't like the people that I work for, and some of the people that I work with nowadays. Some of the new people kind of made me want to quit. I wouldn't have solely quit because of them, but in addition to everything else, it was kind of like the cherry on top where I'm just like, yeah, you know what? On top of all the shit that sucks, I also got to deal with these fuckers every day, and it's just like, you know what? So, but off to new things. My new job. I mean, it's gonna be really bad. I think it's gonna be a huge shit show for us for the first few weeks. But I just, I have more faith in them than I have in the other job, and I've opened plenty of restaurants, so I know that it's gonna be a shit show either way, and that's fine, and it's totally okay. I want to move that clock. I meant to do that last time, and I didn't. So, because I like having it, you know. Maybe I can move it. No, I'll just move it down. So, but yeah, uh, so then I was running around crazy today as well. I was there until like 4 o'clock or something, and then I was just like, I'm leaving. I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm like, I'm gonna go. I feel like I live here now, and I don't want to live here, so I'm gonna go. So I went around, did a bunch of stuff, and I ended up going to a place that I never go to, Goodwill. I never go to get Goodwill, okay? But I was looking for some shirts, and I hadn't been to that. There's a really nice Goodwill right by my house, and I was like, I haven't been here in forever, so let me just stop. And I didn't find anything like clothing-wise for me, and I was just like, okay. And then on my way, kind of like almost out of the store, they had the Halloween section. Okay, and I was just like, okay, let me stop in. And what's the first thing that I see? Silly hats. So for like $7, $8, O'Reilly decided to pick up some silly hats. We have more silly hats, guys. I still have not gotten my Sonic hat, by the way, which was supposed to be here August 18th. It is September 5th. I have no idea where this hat is. They keep on telling me, it's late. Yeah, no shit, genius. Thanks. Yeah. So I don't know. My Sonic hat is somewhere out in somewhere. They're making it for me, special custom made or something in China, by some kids in China, and they're specially sending it to me. They're having it transported from a tiny little village where they have these children make Sonic hats, and it's gonna be transported by on foot. Actually, the children are making them, and then without shoes, they have to carry it 15,000 miles down to like Beijing or something, and then from there it's gonna be sent to my house. That's what it feels like. Obviously, I'm just exaggerating, but I mean, it's been like half of a fucking month that it's late. It's not even that it's been half of a month that I ordered it, it's half a month late. So, I don't know when the Sonic hat is coming, but no worries, folks, because I have other hats. Do we want to see the other hats? Do you guys... I haven't updated my my channel points thing. That's gonna happen. I'm gonna kind of change it up a little bit and make it to the point where people decide which hat they want, and not just make it all one point, like 1 point count, to, you know, just kind of make it easier for everyone. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna show the hats anyways. One of them is kind of really stupid, and I didn't realize it until I got... Oh, I still have the tags on there, by the way, so don't mind those. I haven't taken those off. But yeah, so the first one is a Jester hat. That was the first one I picked up. I saw it, and oh no, there's like a string coming off of it. Listen, these are like $7, okay? No quality here, okay? I still don't have... I have a box that I want to put them in. It's sitting on the other side, and I still haven't... But yeah, we have the Jester hat. I don't know what the front is for this thing, and obviously because it's blue, it's gonna be like see-through. Because I have my my thing on. So, oh, my hair, look at my hair. I gotta get a haircut, guys. I'm gonna try to get a haircut tomorrow morning, but I don't know if I'm gonna get it before work. So that's silly hat number one. This is gonna be really annoying to wear because it's like... Okay, so we have that. This one, this next one, guys. Okay, I just kind of... It was between that and a jellyfish, and I kind of regret it. I wish I would have picked a jellyfish because they were both pink, and I was like, I don't want like 2 pink ones, so I'm gonna grab like 1. And then I grabbed this one, and I'm like, I should have grabbed the jellyfish. After I put the hat on, I was like, I should have grabbed the jellyfish. It's a flamingo. Okay. The bird of love. I don't know if it is. It has little feet. It's too tall. Like, it's too tall. I was like, you can't even see. I sink in my chair. Hello. Okay, so we have a new hat. He has little feet, dingly feet. There's a couple of them that have dingly. Oh, actually, this... Yeah, there's another one that has dingly. So, we have this guy. Yeah, again, you can't really tell what the fuck it is. So, I was just like, I'm not gonna move the camera every time I wear this hat. Okay, so... I mean, it's adorable, but it's like kind of... Like, in the camera, it looks really dorky. So, I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Alright, next hat. This is the dumb one, okay? I have 2 more to show you guys. This is the one where I was just like, okay. I might have to do some finagling, some like actual... I need to do some stuff with it, okay? It's a turkey hat. He has like a little... Okay. Yeah, I can't go. The problem with it is, so the top, okay, I was like, ooh, for Turkey Day, I can do a Turkey Day thing. The problem with it is, it doesn't sit at all, okay? It's really loose on my head, okay? And then the top right here is really heavy. So I move my head and it just falls off. You know, what do I expect for what this one was this was the most expensive one, is $10. I was like, the most expensive one is the shittiest one out of all of them. So I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know, I might have to attach some like rubber bands to like poke a couple holes in here in the sides and like, because I have a bunch of rubber bands here, like attach a rubber band to it, and then that way it'll hold. But yeah, that's my turkey hat. And then now we're gonna go with my favorite one, okay? You guys are gonna love it. My hair is fucked, okay? You guys are gonna I don't know if you guys saw that. title. I'm trying to be like conspicuous about it, but I don't have a lot of space here, so you guys are gonna love it. It's a shark. It's a fucking shark. I love him. Oh, he's not sitting straight. It's a shark. He's eating me. I love him. Again, the tag is still somewhere. Oh, I just heard it. Dingle, dangle. Oh, it's in the back. You guys can't see it. Is he cool? I love him. And he has like his eyeballs. They're like googly eyes. They like kind of move a little bit. So. Oh my god! I'm getting eaten by a shark. Okay. So that's it for the hats. Hair's so long. I gotta get it cut. That's how I feel right now about my hair. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna leave it like that. All right. So that's my hats. Again, I gotta get. It's just it looks crazy over here. Okay, they're all like piled up on top of each other, and then there's a picture of my mom that's kind of like sticking out. It's just like my mom is probably like rolling her eyes. What the fuck are you doing? What's with the hats? Well, we have hats for our channel points, bro. Oh my god, really? I just did the hats. Okay, we're gonna do a quick run through for Chicken, who's late. You know, Chicken is like, I imagine Chicken to be the guy in school that's like, the teacher starts talking about something really important, and then they show up. But they're not the type of person that shows up and is not interested. They're the type of person that shows up and says, hey, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I totally missed that. Okay, don't repeat all the bubbles you can see. Don't do all the... Don't do all the hats. I don't think I can stack any of those hats. I might be able to stack like the Pikachu hat. You guys haven't seen the cone hat. I'll try that on too. So we have this. Okay, so these are the new additions, Chicken. Okay, so we have the shark hat. Okay, I bought that today. I bought that today at the Goodwill. Oh, it doesn't have teeth on. I was like, on like two sides. It doesn't. Okay, so it's a shark hat, okay? Stop bitching and show me the hats. Now you sound like everyone else in my life. Don't do that. This is the shitty one, okay? This is my turkey hat. My hair is like, look at my fucking hair. It's fucking crazy right now. This is the turkey hat. This is probably the one that I would be like, I want to return it. I'm like, I would like to return this turkey hat, please. It doesn't even sit! Like, what the hell is that? And the plumage is all, like, fucked. So you gotta, like... You know, it's kind of... I mean, you guys can't see it because of the blue screen. I mean, you can kind of... I'm gonna turn off that filter just for a second so you guys can kind of see. It's gonna have my blue screen in the back, but that's okay. So you guys can kind of fully see what these hats look like, okay? So if you turn it, you know, it has, like... But the plumage is, like... It's supposed to be like this, but it's, like, bent backwards. That's not a chicken. That's a turkey. He even wears a fucking pilgrim's hat. It's a fucking turkey, dude. He doesn't have a gobble gobble because he doesn't actually have a chin. It's not a chicken, okay? Do you want this hat, chicken? Do you want this hat, chicken? You should wear this hat. You should tell everyone to wear, like, anyone. I don't know. You should wear this hat. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that thought, but you should wear this hat. Now is the stupid one. I don't know. Some of them are stupid. Some of them are dumb. Okay. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. That's awesome. I love that. Okay, next up is it's the flamingo hat. This one actually sits like I could like in a like a category 5 hurricane, like I could just be like and it sits. Like it's just like on there, okay? It doesn't go anywhere. Okay. So that's the flamingo hat. Oh my god. Okay. Guess I can go through all the hats. Alright. Next up. I'm not wearing all at once, chicken. That's not how it's supposed to work, okay? It's I don't know. You guys are crazy. I don't know. This is the jester hat. Cause I'm a clown, okay? I'm a motherfucking clown. I don't care, chicken. You get like 1 minute with each of them. I'm supposed to. The rule was that I would have a timer. Okay, I have a timer built in. Okay, I have a timer that I'm supposed to be using. It's supposed to be like 5 minutes, but no one redeems these, so I figure I just wear them when they redeem them. I look like an island boy? What the fuck does that even mean? I don't even know what an island boy is. Okay. The Pikachu hat. I think we've seen this one. I did wear this one at some point. It's the Pikachu one. This one's really comfy. It's really warm though, but it's really comfy. I got the little thingies. Alright. So we have that. It's really warm around the ears too. Like I can wear this in the winter time and I'd be like good to go. Not that I need that in Florida, but then we have the cone. I don't think you guys have seen the cone hat yet. Oh no. Do I want to see this? What is this? Oh, those guys. That's really funny. Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Now that I see who you're talking about. Okay, next up is the cone hat. Hold on, I don't have it on there yet. It's my cone hat. I have this. I've had this hat for, I don't know, a very long time. Okay, I've had this hat for probably like 12 years. Okay, I just washed it the other day and it came out like brand spanking new. I was just like, whoa, this old thing. So this is Cone. If you guys need to know who that is, you can look up Bleach and then Cone. It's Kon. That's who that is. Okay. Oh my god. I'm missing the. Oh, okay. I was just like, I know I'm missing more than one because I see one and the other one is buried. This is the one all cleaned up. I know it came out really nice too. I was just like, whoa. This is the one that a lot of people love. When I show people this, like in my private life, I'm like, look what hat I wear for my stream, and they're like, I love it. That's the Bulls hat. People love the bull hat. Okay, like so horny. My God, you are a dad. Um, and then of course the all-time favorite of everyone, the one that has a functioning mechanism. It's the rabbit hat. Yay! It's nice, right? You can hear the thing. I noticed that on the stream the other day that you can hear it every time the thing pops. So I'm trying to not have that go right in the mic, but it's nice, right? It's really warm. It's really comfy. It's super comfy. It's really soft. It's like it cradles your head, but it also is just like it just collects heat. Like I can't. Okay, so you redeemed all the hats. There's all the hats. Okay, I'm not. Fuck this. That's how I feel about my hair right now. I'm gonna leave it. All right. Are we good? Did we see all the hats? Are we happy? We saw all the hats. I gotta put them in a box before my mom gets buried in them. Did I talk about my mom recently? I don't know if I talked about this. I don't know if I told you guys, but I finally got my mom an urn after like 6 years of not having an urn. I finally got around to buying an urn for my mother. It's people would be like, "Oh my God, that's horrible," but like, you guys don't understand how my mom would be. My mom would be like, "I'm dead. What am I supposed to do with an urn? Like, spend your money on something wise." So that's why I always pushed it off. I was always like, you know what? I have other things to buy. My mom would want me to buy it. I was keeping her. She was in a plastic bag inside of a cardboard box in a cabinet for 6 years. So she finally has a really nice urn. I have a picture I could probably post on Discord. Oh, we can activate my thingy again if you guys want to see it or whatever. But yeah, so I finally got her an urn, and she had this like, what the hell is going on here? Do you see that? What is going on here? And she had this like really cool like necklace that I got her. It's a Tinkerbell necklace. My mom was huge on Disney, just so you guys know. My mom loved Disney. Like anything Mickey Mouse or Tinkerbell or anything like that, she loved. And so that's like around the urn and stuff. So it's really cool. I set it all up and stuff. So I have like a little collection of urns of all the well, it's my mom and all the pet animals and friends and stuff. So they're all set up. All right. Anyways, enough of that. We're here. We're here to compare things. People on YouTube are probably like, I'm just gonna skip through. I'm just gonna skip through all the shit. I need to take a sip. It's hot. After all the hats, I'm sweating. I hope you guys are doing good. So, let's kind of review what we left off last time. Alright, I'll give a shout out. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm gonna give Chicken a shout out. For those of you that are on, because a lot of people have been like watching these streams on YouTube. So if you guys haven't checked out Chicken Nooble over on YouTube and Twitch, actually, both. I did see that you were playing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure the other day. I know you are, but you always give me a shout out, so why wouldn't I do it in return, right? But yeah, so for those of you that are not, like, I love all of his stuff, so I'm always, and of course, if you want to see more of me, I'm always in his streams, so you can go over to his streams and see me more. That's gonna be your reason to go over there and subscribe to his YouTube and like follow him on Twitch and maybe even subscribe to him on Twitch, so to see me. And they can join our guild. Yeah, so he has also a guild called the Downstate Warriors, and he's currently doing raids and doing some, you guys are doing, I saw you guys were doing strikes and stuff as well, a harvest strike and stuff like that. So if you guys are interested, any new people and stuff, they're really great with helping out. There's also a Discord for those guys. That's all over on his channel. You can find all that info there. And join him in the streams. They're super fun. We always have a great time. I always have a great time. I always get really excited when I'm in the streams. I mean, when it's like too many people, I just like, I kind of like, I'm like, bye, and I just go. I don't like too many people, but I get very like, too many people, I gotta go. Too many people talking all at once. My brain's like, can't comprehend, and it blows up. Not he, we, bro. Is a streamer hen in our guild? A streamer? Is that really like a title in the guild? Okay, I don't know. Anyways, let's get started because we have a lot of stuff to cover. So let's kind of review. So last week we did all the Shiver Peaks, right? We did Iron Horse Mines, we did Boreal's Pass, we met Jalis, right? We did the whole Frostgate thing. Rurik got killed. Beacon's Purge. Daldrima Bowl. Anvil Rock, we talked about the Great Dwarf, we talked about, like, you know, it looks unnatural the way it's stuck in that, in the mountain, and we did Yak's Bend and stuff. So we did all of that, and that wasn't even that long of a stream, and then we kind of moved to, like, Griffin's Mouth, and I kind of talked about some of these caves up here, right? How some of those caves in Guild Wars 2 could, like, represent some of Griffin's Mouth, right? How they're part. I actually totally forgot even that there's a cave over here with a Grawl in there. I mean, there's nothing really in there, but it does kind of align with where they start, because they kind of go along here. So that kind of is part of that as well. Again, there's really nothing in there. I don't think there's anything that calls back to it. But yeah, so we went into Scoundrel's Rise, which is like the first step that you do into Kryta, and it's just a really, really small area that actually, if you were to look at the map, and it's really crazy because when you look at the actual map for it, I think before I really talk about the area, I want to point something out, but it's right here. So the area that I'm in Guild Wars 2 right now with all these, remember how we looked at the shark down there, the shark that swims in circles there? You know, he kind of like hangs out down there. And we have all these Murgoyles and Gargoyles and Scales and ships that are like stranded here and stuff. Like, this tiny area is like completely underwater in Guild Wars 2. You know, this is like north of where New Lion's Arch will be at some point in time. But it's like completely underwater because when you look, right, you can kind of zoom out. We have these. We have the. They're called. This is called the. Uh, what are they called? The Giants. Where is that? Where's the name? So the Giants Basin. This is the Giants Basin. This lake right here is called the Giants Basin. Okay, and we'll look into the more as well. And then this other lake right here, it's the Lesser Giants Basin. Now, where would these be located? So, if you look at the map, you know, you have this kind of here, and you kind of scroll out a little bit more. So, this right here, oops, press the wrong button. This right here would all be the Giants Basin. Of course, Divinity's Reach now takes up a majority part, like the lower half. When we look right here, this is kind of like all of Divinity's Reach now. Okay, that kind of got taken over. And then when you go further across, so you have like, this is the lands in between here, right? This is where in between the things. And then this is the Lesser Giants Basin, right? All of this water divided here. Of course, this is, again, you can attribute this, and I talked about this last week, to the rise of the Elder Dragons, right? You can read the movement of the world, which is this like really cool piece that it's a really short, like, it's like a story pretty much. Not really story, but I don't know. It's like a written out documentary about what happens in between both games, kind of. They kind of tell you, like, the dragons awoken, and, like, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, right? It's like a timetable of all the events that are kind of happening, you know, giving you just a quick overview of the way that the stuff is, right? So, because of Zaitian awakening and flooding pretty much all of, like, lower Kryta here, right? Like, all this water starts coming in there. I mean, there's already like a bunch of lakes and stuff going in, but there's not like, well, there's rivers, but there's no like actual lakes. You won't find like a lot of lakes here. Now that has changed, obviously, and kind of everything, the water is like kind of all over the place. But this is supposed to be all water. This is all water in like Guild Wars 1, and it goes to like right here, okay? And that is where Scoundrel's Rise is, and then that is where the water would stop right there on the bridge. So I'm standing pretty much right where the bridge is right now, and we're kind of looking into, like, you know, Scoundrel's Rise, right? And it's like, so, you know, it's not supposed to be underwater. And I don't think there's gonna be anything that we can, like, I mean, we can do like a look, like a flyover with our sky skill here. There's nothing really that we're gonna be able to pick out, I don't think. Obviously, this wasn't established yet. The Almuten Mansion wasn't. You know, this is all based off of after the flooding of Divinity's Reach. I mean, we do have ships here, so maybe that's kind of like a callback to that a little bit, to the area and stuff. But yeah, so we have that. Felt like someone was in my mouth. I'm like, what the hell is that? Gross. So I think I'm gonna do, yeah, I want to do this like systematically. So we're gonna go from east across west. So we're gonna do like a little up and down zigzaggy kind of thing to kind of go through all of the areas. So I gotta go to the gates of Kryta, and yeah, as you guys can see, there's really not like, you know, this is all underwater. I mean, you could maybe even argue like this is what turns into the bridge or something, you know, like that will be, so we'd be standing maybe like right here, and we're looking at the bridge, right? This is all not underwater, right? So, and I don't think you can find anything. I mean, again, the flooding of Zaitan kind of changed a lot of the landscape. But yeah, even in Guild Wars 1, you see a lot of stranded ships. I think these are Krytan ships that are stranded here. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. I need to go south. I need to go south. I need to go this way. Oh my god, I hate it. I got deep freeze on me, and it's like, I'm crawling. So organized. I wish I was. This is all like, okay, come on, friends. Hurry along. All my minions over there. The Master Whispers and his minions are like, just looking to eradicate everything. I'm gonna summon a Ruby Gen, just to help out. Just to help out. Oh my god, deep freeze. Do I not have a hex removal? I probably don't. Yes, okay. dash A-okay. We're just gonna try to... I mean, there's so many of them, and they're all Mesmers, which sucks. Mesmers are annoying. Wait, they're not Mesmers. They're Elementalists. Why did I say Mesmers? Oh, I think some of them... The Wave Breakers are definitely Elementalists. I think some of the Murgoyles are Mesmers, though. I always remember them being Mesmers, but all the Wave Breakers are definitely all... they're all Elementalists. Okay, we're almost there. So we're slowly moving south to the gates of Kryta. The gates of Kryta. Beware the undead march on Lion's Arch. So this is actually interesting. There's like this story. If you don't read all of the dialogue in Guild Wars 1, you miss a lot of the story. Because some of the... If you just do the story missions, they tell like a set story. But then there's also this like... There's skips in between each mission where it's just like, wait, why is this happening? Right? They're talking about the undead. Like, if I didn't talk to that guy, if I hadn't talked to the or if I hadn't seen that dialogue, like, I wouldn't know about the undead. But guess what we're dealing with in this mission? We're dealing with the undead all of a sudden. It's like, oh, okay, what the hell? Whoa, someone has 12 gifts of exploration. Impressive. So this outpost right here actually is really, really interesting. And I want to talk about this a little bit. So this outpost was special in the sense that there used to be what was she? I don't know what she was. She was a like a GM or something. I want to say she was like a GM. But Gail Gray. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of her. She was very like she was well known in the Guild Wars 1 days. And she was very active in the community. And I think she was like the community manager as well back then and stuff for like many, many years. And eventually she like moved to like a different position or something. Or because I don't think she left the company. Yeah, people will talk about her all the time because she, like I said, she used to be so active. Like in the forums and stuff. Like even for Guild Wars 2, she worked with ArenaNet still at Guild Wars 2. But I think she moved away. I think she moved away from her GM position into the community management position. So she wasn't going to be in-game anymore. And what they did is they did this huge like event that was like it was a goodbye to her. You can look it up. I forgot what it's called, but it's like something goodbye to Gail Gray or something. They made like an event, and it happened in this outpost actually. Okay, and there's actually a remnant of that because there is something about frogs, and I don't know, and I'm sure someone in the YouTube comments can, you know, actually talk about this better. I don't know the details. I wasn't there for that event, but there was something with frogs that was like her signature thing. Something about frogs. So there was like all these frog fireworks, and there was like frogs everywhere, and I think people even were turned into frogs or something. It was like a whole thing with frogs. Okay, and you guys can look it up. I'm sure there's info on the wiki and stuff. But there's actually a remnant of that event in this outpost, as far as I know, if it's still here. So we're gonna have to look right now. I'm looking right now. There's something in these tents. Yes, it's still there. I see it. Do you guys see it? There's still a frog remaining from that event. So they still have a little frog guy in here from the event. I don't know if they meant to leave it there as like just kind of like a little nod towards that event happening. But there's still little frogs. So I think they were like everywhere, these frogs. And then there was like fireworks that looked like frogs and stuff. And, you know, I don't know if there's any more. I know of that one frog. I don't know if there's any more around maybe. Maybe in this tent over here? I know of that one frog. I'm always like, ooh, cool. And that's how I found out about the event, because I found this frog, and I looked it up. Ooh, look, we're cooking some crabs. Yeah, I don't see any more frogs. There's a dead pig. Well, that's not quite fun. So. But yeah, so that you guys can look that up. It's something Gail Gray. You can kind of look up Gail Gray on the Guild Wars wiki. Even the Guild Wars 2 wiki will probably have info on that. But yeah, that happened in this outpost. So really cool, right? Really awesome. And that's really, you know, it kind of goes back to like how amazing the community is for Guild Wars 2, right? We have such an amazing community, and And I think that's really really nice. So surprisingly enough, right, we kind of moved south, right, and it like moved south, we moved south, and you actually moved to right here. Okay, that is where the mission outpost is. The mission outpost is actually, oops, whoa, that was weird. I don't know what I was doing on screen, but I was like, I didn't feel like I moved. But yeah, it's actually inside, like behind. The mission outpost is actually like through the vault. Okay, so obviously that doesn't compare like at all, right? So that's not at all something that we can look at. You know, this is completely different. I mean, this is where, you know, Lion's Arch. Look at this. So we actually see this is the big keep in Lion's Arch. That's the original, like, that is where the king kind of reside. Or no, they didn't have a, they did have a king. That's right, they did have a king. I don't know what it was. Yeah, so the king of Kryta actually lives in that castle. And I think right before the events of this, he actually fled the kingdom. I want to say he's like, is he the one that fled? One of the kings fled. I don't know who it was, but yeah. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. So, um, we get actually introduced to a more white mantle here. They kind of wear these like weird like, um, I don't know. This is like an outfit that like Rita Repulsa would wear in like the '90s Power Ranger. That's kind of what some of them, but they have the emblem of the white mantle there. That's yeah. So we kind of get introduced to some of them. We slowly, like I said, we have Griffin's Mouth where we actually start seeing patrols. That's as far as they go. And we start seeing more White Mantle, guys. So we kind of get introduced to White Mantle a little bit. But yeah, so we're kind of in Guild Wars 2. Obviously, none of this aligns. So we move along here. You must be tired after your long journey. What can I tell you about our fair land? Why does everyone seem so excited to see me? This is a historic day. It's been over 2 years since anyone from Ascalon has set foot in Kryta. Saul Delasio would have liked to have been here for this day. Really? Since before this hearing? You see, back then the three human kingdoms, Ascalon, Kryta, and Or, were at war. We were so caught up in fighting each other that we all failed to notice the Char amassing in the wasted north. I know, I was there. When the invasion fully came, the human kingdoms were too depleted to mount an effective defense against the beasts. In the ensuing fight, Ascalon was all but wiped out. The kingdom of Or disappeared in a brilliant flash of light and a billowing cloud of smoke, consumed by powerful black magic that to this day has yet to be fully explained. Kryta suffered quite a different fate. Faced with overwhelming odds and terrible ferocity, we turned to faith and a man named Saul de Lesio. Saul taught us to believe in ourselves and in the unseen powers that guide the universe. He was a great man. When the Char invaded, the royal family turned tail and ran. So that's where it is right there. So the Char invaded, and the king of Kryta, he flees the country, as far as I understand it. They like run away, and then they rely on Saul, which we know in Guild Wars 2, if you guys have raided, you can see Saul Delasio, right? The whole story with the white mantle and stuff kind of like happens. We were able to push back. Kryta has never been more prosperous than it is now with the white mantle. So what must I do down the road? You'll find gates to Lion's Arch. So we actually get to meet Justicar Hableon. Okay, we actually get to meet Hableon. Okay, so let's go into the mission. I love how they have the symbols of these things here. So we kind of start the mission here because we are gonna do the mission. Oh, she had the only frog mini. Okay, yeah, that was kind of like her thing, right? So it became like a whole festival. I've watched like videos of the festival and stuff. It's really cool. So, yeah, so it's really neat. So we kind of start. Obviously, this is where the outpost was. This is where we just were. That's where the frog is over there, and we kind of get elevated to this, to these little camps. Again, this is kind of like. And they don't show this because this is like 2005, and I guess they couldn't have like too much shit going on or something. I don't know. But this is the little camps that the Ascalonians are making before, like as we travel into Kryta, right? They're kind of like after the mountains, they're kind of taking rest, and it's right here. But then they have to go and move into these undead lands. Look at all these farmlands and stuff. It's really really cool. The mission kind of takes us through through pretty much Kryta or Lion's Arch. It pretty much takes us through all of New Lion's Arch, which again, none of this will even be like, it kind of goes from the mission will kind of take place. Let me look at it. It's kind of like it'll kind of be right here. Be kind of like right here. So again, there won't be really much that we can see. There will be a couple of things that I'm going to point out right now. So, but as we go along, there's one thing right here. So we have this little guy here, Oink. Okay, he's a little pig, and I think it's part of the quest to take him with us. Is that right? I think he follows us or something. And there is a, I don't know why this is here. We have this little shrine here. But we have Oink, who kind of follows us, okay? He's a little warthog, and he kind of comes with us, okay? So, Oink is exactly, so it's really funny, because in Guild Wars 2, he's exactly on this, like, where Clag is right here. This is where he's located. This is Oink, okay? Oink is right here in this little nook. I believe so there's Old Lion's Arch. Then there is the Lion's Arch from Guild Wars 2, and then there's New Lion's Arch from Guild Wars 2. Okay, so we gotta kind of keep in mind like 3 different Lion's Arches, I guess. Line Arches. I think in the one that we had before, this was destroyed by Scarlet. I think because he had these, he has this cannon, or he has this cannon that can shoot you. This was, of course, before gliding, that you had to use in order to get here. In order to get to this vista, you had to use this little cannon. I think the vista that originally was supposed to be there, I think was exactly where Oink was. I think it was supposed to be like the little island where he was, and then I kind of moved it a little bit when Lion's Arch was destroyed. But yeah, it looks very different. I mean, we're kind of like, we are looking at like current day Lion's Arch, right? And it's just like it looks so different. Look at this. This is not at all the same, right? We're looking south and we're looking south. Like, this is pretty much the same thing we're looking at right now. Isn't that crazy? Like, to think because of Zaitan and then Scarlet. I mean, a lot of stuff has happened to Lion's Arch, okay? So, a lot of not good things have happened, so. But yeah, we're gonna venture. I don't know if Oink's gonna die. I hope he's not gonna die. I kind of don't want him to die, but I can't really pay attention. But yeah, so we have the little farm here. I always love this. Again, we talk about details a lot, and I love talking about like how much detail ArenaNet does in their game, in both their games. But yeah, so really cool. This is very reminiscent of like Shaymore Fields, right? Where you go in and you help the farmers with their like dead plants. And you know there's a pig rolling in mud. Okay, there's some yeah, he's having a grand old time over here. And the undead are just coming for us. We have a boss over here. We're just gonna murder him real quick. Murder him. It doesn't at all, but we're gonna see actual Lion's Arch, actual like Guild Wars 1 Lion's Arch, which is a little bit southeast of here. We're actually going to be able to look at that because it's actually right here. Okay, it's in the water. We'll be looking at that as well. So you're actually see it and you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. We can actually see a lot of the different things. So again, that's the big keep right here for Old Lion's Arch. Something that doesn't at all have, I don't think it at all even exists anymore, because it's supposed to be like, it should be like right here. And I don't think there's any remnants of it whatsoever, which is kind of a shame because it's a massive castle, right? It's huge. But again, I'm moving between like 4 different screens because I have 2 games. I have the thing up and I have the guide up, so I don't have enough screens to kind of follow. And then I'm lagging. I don't know why I'm lagging so much right now. It's because there's just so much going on, I think. And that's why I'm not gonna really. I don't think I'm gonna take like a detour into all of these areas because I don't think they really have a reference. There's a couple, like there's gonna be a couple of things that I want to look at. Whoa, okay. There's a couple of things I want to look at. Don't let Oink die, please. Oink, where are you going, bro? Come back. I need you. Again, I'm gonna try to kind of keep track as much as I can, guys. I think I'm gonna miss some stuff, but whoa, I didn't mean to do that. We're in the water. I was trying to move when Guild Wars 1. Alright, so they put us on this like weird chase here because as you guys can see to the right, that is where Lion's Arch is. Okay, so we can kind of, I don't know if we can actually see above there. No, but that's where Lion's Arch is. So I could be like climbing the freaking walls, but they're gonna be like, oh, because of the undead, you guys can't go in there. So you guys will see these undead are charging these White Mantle. So the White Mantle are defending. They're defending Kryta right now from the undead. Okay, and they're the good guys. Believe it or not. Hello. Hello. Oh, he died. White Mantle dead. Oh, shucks. How sad. I think they let us in now that they're doing. Hello. 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 Do I need to kill those guys right there? I probably do. I probably have to kill them. So where would be... I don't want to miss... Where are those... Yeah, I want to do the bonus mission because I want to show you guys something really interesting. So you kind of see the water here a little bit. I'm guessing that's supposed to be like the water moving in here, right? Because we have like the water snakes up here, and I think that's supposed to be the same in Guild Wars 1. So we can go over here to the Orion Historian. Say that 10 times fast. Orion Historian McLean. And there's Cheswick, okay? And they're just like... They want their pig back, okay? You found Oink, and he's really excited that he found Oink, okay? They're like, thank you for finding Oink. So, the bonus missions are a little tricky. So again, this is part of the bonus missions, but they don't instruct you on how to do the bonus missions. You have to kind of figure that out on your own or look it up, right? So... They could be like, oh, our pig, you know, and they will tell you like, to the north, we have a farm where we left our pig and we miss him and he's right over there, right? And you would have to walk all the way back to get the pig. So it's nice to kind of, you found Oink. They're from over the mountains from Ascalon. Oh, the people? Yeah, he's talking about us. Thank you so much. Isn't there? There's a shipwreck in a cove. Oh my god. He's having a conversation with his son while he's instructing on how to do the bonus. So what he's telling us is that there is some kind of, because he's a historian, and he says that there is in this cove, down here in the water, that there's like an ancient text, and he wants that text. He wants you to bring that text back to him. Okay, but I do need to talk to Torimo over here, Justicar Torimo. To actually advance. They're going to tell us about all the fun things going on right now. Lion's Arch is sealed by the order of Justicar Hableon. Jesus, my god, what is going on? Why am I adding a G in that name? There's not even a G in that name. Okay, so it's Hableon said that the gate, right? This is the gate that leads right into Lion's Arch. Okay, there's a gate right here that'll lead us right into Lion's Arch. This is the Lion's Gate. But they're like, no, you can't go in there because there's like a big army of undead to the south. So kind of, we have to actually go help Hableon, believe it or not. And this is where we get introduced to like the really cool beaches of Kryta, which is something that I really, really miss. Because Kryta in Guild Wars 1 had more of like a tropical thing going, right? Not that it, I mean, it has some stuff too. In Guild Wars 2, like, you know, around here specifically, like, you know, there's palm trees and there's some water and Lion's Arch and stuff like that, you know, palm trees. But it doesn't really feel like a, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a beach to me. Like, this is cool, right? Like, you guys see the, like, waves crashing and stuff on the side there. That, to me, that's really cool. I love that. And I'm sure we can probably find a shark somewhere. Again, there's another one of those sharks probably somewhere swimming around. But yeah, we kind of have that. Did I? Yeah, we can go this way. I'm trying to figure out. So this is like way on the tip. Um, check something real quick. So I would like to say, um, I would like to think that something. So this bridge that we're coming across here, right? If I line these up, I don't know if this 100% works out. This would just be my guess. Because as you can see, there's not a lot of land to the south here. But we have a bridge. Oh, there's one of those sharks down there. Um, I would like to think that this bridge is maybe like the same as this bridge over here in Kryta, right? I mean, it would be at about the same position. Again, there's a lot more land because of like the rising of the Elder Dragons, but there's this bridge here, right here, because this is like, you know, Oink was over here. Remember that, and we kind of like we moved south, and then we had to like the gate was here that would lead us into Lion's Arch. Like it would lead us into Old Lion's Arch, which again is right here, guys. Remember, right? Pretty much the lobster is where the big keep is, right? That big keep that we see. Well, we can't see it right now, but it's like behind there or whatever. That's pretty much the lobster. The lobster building, the Marcus Landing. So we're kind of like moving south, and we're kind of like on the most southern tip where the water starts, right? This is like where all the water starts. Yes, there's an island there that wasn't there before. You know, it could be that island or part of this could have like split off or something. And there is two bridges here, mind you. So I don't know if this is it or not, but I would like to think that maybe that's what it is. So again, they don't 100% line things up. For the bonus mission, we have to go back here somewhere. I know that I have to go back here somewhere. So again, it doesn't like 100% work out, but you know, it's just very different, right? This is not open water. There's like islands here, and there's like land here, right? When you look at like Guild Wars 1, that's, you know, there's islands here and stuff, but it's a lot less solid than what it is in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 has this like huge landmass here, right? Which is like, okay, is this one of the islands here? Like, you know, we kind of like, this is what we see here, and then if we scroll in to do the same, you know, Sparkfly Fen, that'll be something I will look at as well. You know, right there we have Sparkfly Swamp. Okay, so there's two areas that kind of align in that sense, and we're gonna look at that, you know, much later down the road as well. So there you go. So I would like to think that that is the bridge, and then I'm you know, where the haven is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be one of those bridges. We could also have like this bridge right here. It could also be part of the bridge system there. I don't know. You could also say that maybe this bridge over here that we're gonna go to at the very end of the mission is this bridge, right? And then the land is like further down here. I mean, that could be true as well, but again, none of those really work out. So you would like to think, you know, if you'd like to make your own head canon there, you can, obviously. A lot of the stuff is like up to interpretation. A lot of stuff, like I said, lines up perfectly where you're like, wow, this is exactly in the same position. And then some stuff is like, okay, what is this supposed to be here or what? You know, it's just kind of like that. So I don't know, but I gotta go grab the text. So we're kind of going into the water part here, and we're gonna see some sunken ships. That's kind of what he talks about. He talks about this historian talks about how this the ship was transporting like Orient texts. Because remember, and we just heard about this, ore has sunk at this point, right? Ore is no more. We only get like some islands that probably have been flooded and stuff at this point. Ore is no more. Okay, it's in the ocean. But apparently they recovered some Orient texts, and this is, you know, well before Zaitan rose, well before the undead. There's a keep again, guys. So there's some ships, and there's that shark, and there's a chest right there. and that chest will hold the text that we need to bring to that guy. So we're gonna do that. Now I will tell you guys. So we have this text here, okay, and I want to walk right up to the location. This is where this ship carried this text, and we open this, and it's the Orient text, and I have to deliver this Orient text to this guy. This location right over here, very interestingly enough, actually aligns perfectly with something else that we have, or not something else that we really have. Blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to make sure because it's like, okay, yeah, okay. So I was like, because it has it as the name or whatever. So this text that you find is actually, it would be located in modern day Kryta. It would be located right here. Okay, right here you would find, this is where the location of the chest is. Okay, this is again where the water is. Remember that where I talked about those water snakes up in here? You know, it comes from down here, goes up here. So that's kind of the way that the water goes, and then this is where the text is, right here. Now the thing that's interesting to me is this is right where the Mariner plaque is, right? They had this. I know that they met on this bridge very often, right? But the thing is that it's like right where the text is. So it's weird that it all like lines up with each other. You know what I mean? That like that is where the Orient text location is, as well as where the Mariner, where the bridge is, and all this stuff, right? It's kind of cool that to think that that kind of is like in the same. You know, I know it's right here, but it's like, you know, I mean, that's Theo Ashford Memorial Bridge, all this stuff. Like, that's so cool to me. I don't know. I love when stuff like that lines up pretty close. You know, I mean, it's like inches apart from each other. So, yeah. So while we're doing this, also, you guys will notice there's some smoke phantoms. Yeah, these are appearing because I'm carrying around this this text. Because I'm carrying around this text. I don't know if it's like a cursed text or something, or what is going on with it. Look at the underwater that we can't go into. It looks really cool. Hello. So again, there's already stuff with like ore and undead that's already going on, but it's a little bit different from what you guys might have thought. And the ones that are interested in specifically like ore and the history of ore and the scepter of ore, actually there's a couple of videos on my channel that you guys can watch. I made some videos on Grenth, the scepter of ore. I've made some video on the human gods. So if you guys are interested, that's up on the YouTube channel and you guys can watch that. Which, thank you to the wiki people again. The video that I'm working on right now is like 30% in-game text, 30% wiki text, and 30% text that I'm writing myself. So it's like a mix of a lot of different, like, that I'm putting together. But yeah, again, shout out to the wiki people, even the Guild Wars 1 wiki people. Some of them... Oh, shit. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. I forgot. Okay. Wanted to do that now that I remembered. But yeah, so we bring him the text. Da 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 da. And then our bonus is complete. And He talks about, this is an old Orient text. It's a passage from the memoirs of Thaddeus Lamont. Lamont? Okay. Does anyone in chat, does it ring a bell for anyone? For anyone that's really interested in lore and that has paid attention through all of the Guild Wars 2 personal story, that should be ringing bells for someone. Does it ring bells for anyone? Probably not. Who knows? But why is that name important? Well, do you guys remember when you have the order quests? You do the order quests and you come to Lion's Arch and you know, you do all this stuff with your mentor and you go through blah blah blah, and it culminates into Lion's Arch getting attacked, right? Now the Priory, again, because we're talking about Orient texts and we're talking about like history and stuff like that. So the Priory path, you know, once you go to Claw Island, and you know, I'm gonna give you guys, like, for those of you that didn't play Guild Wars 2 like the story yet, I'm dropping a spoiler here for personal story stuff, so don't listen for a few minutes. But you know, when your mentor dies, when Siren dies, when she gets killed, after the fact, you start trying to like fight back, right? And you start collecting your friends. You know, you do these different missions of doing different, you know, trying to do different ways of trying to fight back or whatever. And then you do that. Then you find out that, or hold on, rewind. No. The mission. I'm misremembering this. Your mentor gets killed. Siren gets killed, and the next mission is the armies of the undead attacking Lion's Arch, and you have to defend Lion's Arch. That's what it is. And the boss is actually called Thaddeus. The boss, the little, I'm the history of or whatever he says. He says some weird stuff, like weird janky stuff. I don't even know what he says. I kind of want to look him up right now. So, Guild Wars 2 Thaddeus, and I'm pretty sure. No, that's not who that is. Um, yeah, so it is during that, it's during that story step where they take they have like an idol of Balthazar, and you take on all this really cool like this like skin of, and you fight as Balthazar, right? And he's this guy, he's one of the like regular looking, like he's like a regular ghost guy. They kind of misspell his name because in Guild Wars 1 they spell it with 2 D's, in Guild Wars 2 they spell it with 1 D, but that's who that is. That's Thaddeus Lamond. I think it's Lamond. Um, but yeah, so yeah, that's him. So he kind of gets mentioned. We don't meet him in Guild Wars 1. We don't know who he is, but he's an Orion, I guess like a ghost, or a rider, a ghost rider, because I just read Ghost, right? That's his like last name or whatever in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, so that's who that is. So you kind of get a little bit of a connection. So there's again, that character is somewhat of a callback to some, you know, a little bit of a bonus thing. So again, that's for the people that know some of the bonus stuff. So you guys kind of, you know, there you go. You just got taught about Thaddeus. I didn't know that until I will tell you guys, this was not planned. This was not something where I was like, gotta talk about Thaddeus. Honestly, and I'm not gonna give myself props or anything like that, but literally I was just like Thaddeus, and I was like, I read when I read earlier through the mission, and I was like, oh, Thaddeus, and I was like, wait, that sounds really familiar, and I'm like, is that the guy in the personal story? Yeah, it is the guy in the personal story. I didn't even know this until like 10 minutes ago. I just learned this myself, so I'm not gonna say that, oh, I know all of this. I just learned this myself, guys. But yeah, there you go. So it's really cool, right? So we don't actually get to see him. We don't know what he actually looks like in Guild Wars 1 or anything, or even before or Sync. We don't know his life. We don't know anything about him. But apparently he was a historian that wrote some really cool texts, and yeah, so there you go. So we're gonna go help Hableon. defend. Again, I kind of want to give you guys like a look at like beachy. We have some drakes over here. Like a really cool, like I love this like beach theme of Kryta that it has, right? There's something really cool about it. But yeah, so here we are. Here's the white mantle. Look at this white mantle armor, and there's Hableon. He actually becomes part of our party. Yeah, the armies of the white mantle are here, and we're meeting up with this guy. So that's Hableon in Guild Wars 1, guys. So should we look at Hableon in Bloodstone Fen? I mean, we're gonna visit Bloodstone Fen one way or another. I don't know if I'm gonna actually get to see Hableon there, but yeah, way before. Remember, Sea of Sorrows happened 50 years ago. That's the Rise of Zaitan. Guild Wars 1 happened 250 years ago. So there's 200 years of difference between the two games. Oh, Hableon is about to pop, too. Look at that. Well, would you look at that? We're going to get to see Hableon in Guild Wars 2 and Hableon in Guild Wars 1. So I'm going to kind of just fly up here maybe. I don't know if I'm going to die or what. But yeah, you guys can kind of enjoy that in Guild Wars 2. Here's Hableon in Guild Wars 1. Obviously, we don't see a lot of it. I love his helmet. I wish we could get that helmet in Guild Wars 2. That's a cool looking helmet. It's something very like dinosaur about it, but like also a little futuristic. I love the whole armor actually. It's very much like, are you guys, can you go somewhere else? Oh my god. And we have this guy over here. I'm placing a ghost here. But yeah, I like that armor. I think it's a cool armor. So, and then you have the white mantle thing there. But yeah, so.
You've arrived in Kryta at the wrong moment, friend. I don't have time for long speeches, but I'll make you this deal. Help me fight these undead, and I'll give you and your people passage into Lion's Arch.
And that's it. That's all he says. He's very short. He's very just like, okay, help me. So he kind of takes the white man. I don't know. Does he need to survive? It doesn't say he needs to survive, but we're gonna kind of follow him here. We're gonna like try to make him survive. Even though he's like a Guild Wars 2 warrior. Okay, he's like in full on like heavy armor, but he wields a bow. That's like really cool, right? There's not a lot of that going on in Guild Wars. I don't know if he's supposed to be a ranger or what his class. Wait, doesn't it say what he is? He is a warrior. He is a warrior with a bow. So he's kind of like your Guild Wars 2 warrior there. We got this really cool farmhouse here with a little well. And we're moving into like the swampy land. So you can kind of see on the right here, this is where the swamp is. Again, they have you do like a lot of zigzaggy things. So there's Hableon in Guild Wars 2. We're gonna follow Hableon in Guild Wars 1 and in Guild Wars 2. This is Hableon right here. We're gonna see more Hableon in Guild Wars 1, by the way, guys. But yeah, so the armor obviously not quite the same, right? So so it's not quite the same. Look, dude, follow Hableon. Oh, I can't play two games at the same time. I don't have enough hands and arms and brains and eyes. Help! Help! No slime needed. Help! Oh, no limes needed. I thought it said no slimes needed. Like, oh, either applies. Why are you coming after me, bro? Just kill me, please. Just end it. Just end it all. The undead look really cool in Guild Wars 1 as well. Look at these models. These are not like risen. This guy's like, hey, I'm a wizard. Fear me. Ah, I was killed. This guy's like, hello. Look, horses, guys. Da, 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 da. Undead horses with 4 eyes. Hableon, where art thou? Hableon? Where's he going? Wait, he's going the wrong way, guys. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. We're gonna follow the white mantle here. Okay, I don't care. You guys don't have to res me. Well, Guild Wars... Well, the thing is, right now, he's a friendly guy. You know what I mean? And right now, in Guild Wars 1, he's a friendly guy. He's... You know, that won't always remain the same. One thing that I always loved about the swamp, and that's something that... I don't know if you guys noticed. Well, first of all, look at the swamp. It looks really cool, doesn't it? This again, they do the whole thing with the sky. where they darken the sky. I love that. I love that. Really cool. It sets the mood really well. But there's this red light. Do you see that red light that flows around? So weird. And it's just kind of there. It doesn't do anything. But oh my god. I don't know. I mean, you know, I would like, I don't know, if I were to make a theory, like just a 2-minute, 2-second like theory kind of thing, I would say that maybe wherever Tyrians, or not Tyrians, well, humans are from, whatever plane of existence they're from, horses existed there, but they came without them. So there's still like stories of horses, and that's maybe why we see undead horses, because maybe they brought some of them, but they ended up dying out, going extinct, because they didn't bring enough horses to keep them up, and that's where we see undead horses. That's my theory. There you go. Maybe they brought some of them, and they couldn't maintain. But look at this red light. It's this like weird shiny red light, and I think this is the only place that you see it. And it doesn't do anything. And you got a Nazim. Is Nazim a character that we see in Guild Wars 2? Hold on, I gotta. The lag is real right now because I'm doing like 300 things new. And not that I see, anyways. Nazim. No. Okay. Thought maybe we see. Listen, not that I don't want to make a video right now, but I have like 300 million videos that I need to do. So I'm not, if I'm going to make that, it's going to be like a year from now. It's not going to happen anytime soon. All right, so we finished helping him.
Be at peace, brother. May your soul find peace in the mists.
Added to my list, sure, right on it.
Unquestionable. Your honor unmatched. On behalf of the White Mantle, I thank you greatly for your service. Our
bye, chicken. Again, check out chicken, guys. Do it. Oh. Yes, I was howling a bottle in my mouth. Oh, what happened?
Make sure you receive a proper reception.
All right, so he escorts us back into the town. So this is right there is where the little tent is with the historian, and that bridge, we weren't able to actually cross it. They open up this bridge, and we actually cross it. We go across there, and we actually venture into Lion's Arch. We're actually gonna skip the part of going into Lion's Gate. We're actually gonna skip Lion's Gate, and we're gonna go right into Lion's Arch, and they're gonna pop us right into like OG Lion's Arch. Ooh, I got a blood ruby for that. Look at that, guys. We're moving through. Yay! We got. Oh, here we get a little introduction. Not that it's really interesting because we're not really looking at the story. We're looking more at locations right now. But yeah.
I found it. The Scepter of Ore.
Thank Twina we found it first. If the undead get this...
Come on. The sooner we get this scepter into safekeeping, the better.
Help! The undead! We're under attack!
We can't let them get the scepter.
Make haste to the Temple of Tolerance. Take the scepter to Confessor Dorian. We'll hold back the undead for as long as we can.
But...
Just go!
Oh, why is there an undead right there?
You little fool, run. I have all the time in the world. The scepter will be mine again soon enough. Everything proceeds according to the prophecy.
All right, we get introduced to the Undead Lich, which, for those of you that don't know, and again, I'm gonna kind of spoil a little bit of story here for people, but you know that's kind of what the streams are all about, really. That's and I can't even think of his name. Can someone answer that for me? Who that is? Because I can't think of his name. Lord save me. I do these streams and I can't even remember the names of the guy. What's this guy's name? I had the same thing happen, guys. I had the same thing happen to me today. I was talking to someone and I couldn't remember their name, and it's someone that I've known for like 2 years now, and like known like not really well, but like I worked with her and stuff, and I couldn't think of her name, and I was like, oh my god, I don't know your name. That my brain does that. Does anyone else do that, or is it just me? No, it's not Balthazar. Um, the Orion guy. Oh my god, I can't. I'm laughing because I feel so dumb for not remembering the guy's name. Vizier Kilbron. Jesus fucking Christ, there it is. That's Vizier Kilbron, the guy that read the scrolls. Um, the guy that read the scrolls and flooded ore. That was him. He's the undead lich. Okay, so a little spoiler there for you guys, but he's the one that pretty much made ore sink. Sink. So he sank ore. He made ore sink. I don't think that's right. He sank ore. He made it. He made it do the thing. Yeah, so that's him. That's who that is. And as we go along with the story here, and we see more, you know, this will be later on in other streams. But because we're kind of doing the story of Guild Wars 1 here, because we're kind of like moving along through the story and stuff. So, yeah. So we get introduced to White Mantle, and that's the Undead Lich, and we don't really know what he's after. But he talks about a prophecy. Why is he talking about a prophecy? Well, he's talking about the Flameseeker prophecies. That's what Guild Wars 1 prophecies is all about. It's about the Flameseeker prophecies, and you're part of the Flameseeker prophecies, and you actually help make them come true. You're actually the one that actually is like the hero in the story, and the prophecies that were foretold by Glint. And we will meet Glint in the story. We'll see Glint, we'll see her eggs, we'll see all these things, right? So it's really cool. But yeah, anyways, you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Lion's Arch, we're here, woo! Okay, so we have the big keep over here. Okay, that's the Lion's Arch keep is what it's called. And we have the fountain here, and we have stuff like that. So let's kind of do a little, like, we'll go diving in the water. Choo. So we're gonna check out some stuffs here. Kind of have to figure out where I am. I want to say, so right here, I want to say, okay, we're kind of looking at this here. I believe, if I'm not incorrect, this is it right there. We're looking at this, okay? You have the two lions on the side, okay, and we kind of have to, let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. Dive deeper. This is my favorite part right here. So we're kind of looking at this, right? Okay, so we're looking at the lion statue. We're looking at the stairs leading up to this, like, whatever this is supposed to be. I'm not quite sure what this is supposed to be. But kind of the same thing. You know, you have the three things at the top here. That's the same in Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1, I mean. You have the three things at the top there. So you're looking at this. When you look to the right, you kind of see, you know, buildings and stuff. So we kind of see these are all like destroyed and shattered. But this is the original gate out that would lead out into the North Kryta province, which is the next part. There's so many cool things to talk about in North Kryta province. I'm so excited. North Kryta province and Nebo Terrace, you kind of will see there. And Chris, I mean, there's so many cool areas, guys. Like, oh, I'm so excited. So yeah, so we kind of that's part of that. We turn around, we can maybe see some other stuff. I think the fountain, this big fountain right here, is also something that we can see. So let's move further this way, and we're gonna go right here. And so we would have to move across here, we would have to move through here, and then the fountain will be right, well, this is where the breach maker is. There's the fountain. You see it? That's the fountain right there. Has the same little things on the side where the water kind of flows through. These little things, they're right here. These little steps with the thing in the middle where the water flows down. That's the little fountain right there. Okay, so we have the fountain there. Then we have stairs to the right, which are these. Okay, these stairs right here. There's a bridge. Do we see like a part of the bridge? This is where the bridge would be. There's the other stairs. These would be either these stairs. Yeah, I think those are these stairs right here. So they're kind of like, you know, offset. Of course, these are higher. They should be up here, and these are lower, right? You kind of look at that. I don't think there's like a bridge or anything. There's some stairs right here as well. Those are these stairs right here. So we have this is the like. This is where the crafters are, pretty much, right? This is the crafting plaza. So that's kind of what we're looking at right here, is the crafting plaza. Can you see any of this in the season 1 story with the old Lion's Arch? Yes. So what they kind of did is they, I think the original Guild Wars 2 Lion's Arch had more of the Guild Wars 1 Lion's Arch, but they kept it even after the attack. So even with the Breachmaker, so the Breachmaker right here, the part of the Breachmaker, it literally just lands in the water, it just stabs into it, but it keeps all the stuff here. They didn't, I think because it's such a cool callback, they didn't want to destroy it. You know what I mean? I don't think they wanted to destroy that, so they kind of kept that in or whatever. What are these stairs? We're looking at those stairs over there, and then we have this little cave. What's in this cave? Down here. No, nothing in here. So that would be. Oh, those are the stairs leading to the fountain, I want to say. Those are those stairs over there. I think these are either these stairs right here, or these stairs over there, or those stairs over there. One of those stairs. Let's see if we can see anything else. Those are the 2 lion statues there. I don't know if there's anything else. I think they keep it very short and sweet. Nothing crazy. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. So they're kind of, because then we have the Quaggan village here, and I don't think there's anything to the other side either. So kind of just like a couple buildings. I think they had a few more buildings back when original Lion's Arch in Guild Wars 2 was. There was more stuff in the water, but then past rebuilding, they took off some stuff. So there's a tower here of some sort, and some buildings here, and this is obviously going into open waters. I don't think there's anything there. So that would be like to the south, which, you know, might be any of these towers or whatever. But yeah, so I mean, this is Lion's Arch. This used to be the big hub. Obviously it's not anymore. If you go, you know, it's really funny because if you go to Kamadan, that's like the big hub, right? That's oops. That's where all the shit's going on right now. That shit's oh, really? We have to download it? No, it's not. I thought I could like load right into it. Sorry guys. I wanted to take a little detour to show you guys. But yeah, so they just have a few buildings, kind of some callbacks, you know, some of the stairs, some of the fountains, some of those things. But yeah, so this is the outpost. That's the Popinus. Okay, this is where all the blue names are people. Dark blue means they're in a party. Light blue means that they're just like hanging out. But yeah, so this is like, and this is district 2. Let's go to district 1, which is almost like the, oh, it's full. The district is full, guys. I'm kicked into district 2 because district 1 is full. Imagine that. That hasn't happened in very many years. But this is almost like the mega server, right? We talk about the mega server thing, but this is actually being able to control the mega server that you're in. Isn't that cool? Wouldn't that be awesome to have in Guild Wars 2 to be able to control? But look at how many people are still playing the game. I mean, most of these are traders, so you will see if you go under P. So they're all trading. They're all trading items right here. But look at all the people still trading stuff. right? Like, it's so cool. They like still trade stuff, and people in their tonics and stuff hanging out. So, still pretty live if you guys want to play the game. I mean, there's still people, like, there's still, like I said, my guild isn't like super active, but you also always find like one or two online, and in the alliance there's always like a couple people online. So. And there's more active guilds out there. This is Alona, guys. We'll look at that in the far future as well. But yeah, so it's kind of cool to see that. Again, this used to be, Lion's Arch used to be the plays in Guild Wars 1. Man, I remember when I first played this game and I got to Lion's Arch, and then you just have all these people there, and you're like in District 5, right? Because like all the other districts are full. And you're just like, what? But yeah, so you have the Merchants Row is what it's called. This is where all the traders are. You have material traders, rune traders, dye traders, festival hats, custom made Merchants Row, and then you have the this is the pretty much the port. There's the stuff out there. I don't think there's stuff really that does the lighthouse align? Let's see. Let me see. Let me see if the lighthouse align. It does align. So that lighthouse right there, guys, aligns with the Guild Wars 2. With the Guild Wars 2. Isn't that cool that they have the lighthouse align? That's again why they kept the lighthouse there. You know, because we had the original lighthouse there as well from the original Guild Wars 2 Lion's Arch. But that's why they kept it there as well. Because again, it aligns with that same lighthouse. That's the same lighthouse. Just 250 years difference. There again, there's a big shark coming by. You can kind of look at him. Look at him. He's very. We don't have any fish that look like that in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, so that's the same. Isn't that neato? It's super neato. So, and then the keep is right where the lobster is. That keep is right where the lobster is. So obviously we won't have like a callback to that or whatever. So, but that's pretty much Lion's Arch in Guild Wars 1. You know, I love the architecture. I'm a big fan of the old Lion's Arch architecture. I wish they would have kept that. It's just like really cool stony. Like I totally get the idea of like, you know, the ships and, you know, it's a pirate thing, and then they tried to do the new stony thing with the like lighter, with the white stone. Like it's almost like limestone looking stuff for the new buildings. In New Lion's Arch and stuff, but I don't know, I kind of like this with the like overgrown moss and stuff. I don't know, I wish they kind of would have done that. We can also go inside of the keep. That's stuff that happens, I believe, after the war in Kryta, which is like a much later thing that happens. Oh, we can't actually, okay. Alright, well, we don't need to go in there anyway, so that's totally fine. Let me introduce you to someone very, very, very important. Very important. I was like, ooh, is he over here? He is totally over here. So we're gonna go say hi to a good friend of mine. Just kidding, he's not really a good friend of mine, but no, I won my minion. I was like, what did I have earlier? I had a minion name. So it's Dermond. My friend Dermond, okay? Dermond. Look at him. Looks really, really cool. He talks about all these different stories. Okay. Does anyone know who Dermond is? Anyone that has played Guild Wars 2 for longer than, like, I don't know, a day should probably know who Dermond is. Yeah, maybe longer. Maybe you need a little bit longer to be introduced. But this is Dermond, who is the original guy that made the Dermond Priory. Okay, he is the historian. You actually see him. First of all, two things. First of all, you see him when you do the introduction to the Dermond Priory, when you talk to Gix and Lion's Arch, and he's like, welcome to the Dermond Priory. And that whole, like, cinematic or whatever, in that cinematic, you actually see Dermond. Right, he's this guy. He doesn't have his weird hat on or whatever that's supposed to be. He's bald, okay, but he has the like tattoos and stuff, and he has the white eyes, and he has like a staff in his hand, and he looks like this really cool guy, right? He's like, ooh, who's this guy? That's Dermond. He's the historian, okay, and he's kind of like, he works with these scribes over here, These are all like different nationalities. Like that's the Canthan one, that's the Alolan, this Archivist of the Whispers, and then that's the Lion's Arch, and that's the Ascalonian one or whatever. But yeah, the Krytan and the Ascalonian, I want to say. But yeah, so he that's Dermond, okay, Dermond, and he's the guy that pretty much when shit goes down, in Lion's Arch, right, the flooding of Lion's Arch, he is the one that takes them to the priory. He's the one that takes the refugees and all these texts and all these things. He's the one that goes to the Dermond Priory, and kind of that's how he saves. The Dermond Priory is like over here somewhere. Obviously, we don't have that in Guild Wars 1 because that happens much later. But yeah, that's Dermond. So there you go. He's here. You can talk to him, and this is where you do the bonus mission. And I'm kind of sad. I might do that at some point. I might go through and do the bonus mission for you guys, because the interesting one is actually I don't have access to that mission pack. I didn't buy the mission pack. I don't know how much they are. How do I open the? Is there a way to open the? How do I open the store? I don't even know how to open the store in this game. Menu. I think you have to do that like outside of the game. I don't think I can even buy it. I think I have to like go in the game, and yeah. Anyways, I might do that at some point. That's the story of Sol D'Alessio and stuff like that. So I might do that at some point. Just kind of like an extra thing. Learn a little bit about the history, and we see Demetra, the holy city of Demetra and stuff. That is all stuff that's happening right here. That is where that bonus mission takes place, which in Guild Wars 2, that is right over here actually. So that's where the that is all happening. So I'm not going to be doing that today. Sorry guys, for those of you that maybe were looking forward to that. I'm sorry, I don't have the bonus mission. I totally forgot about that. I was going to buy it, but I totally forgot. So Ripsy shows how prepared I am. It's fine. It's okay. No worries. We still have plenty of time. What do we do next, guys? Do we want to go to like North Kryta Province? Let's do North Kryta Province. Let's do that. All right. So we're moving out of Lion's Arch. We're in North Kryta Province. We're gonna have to move here. Yeah, we definitely have to go move here. So I do want to do that. Keswick's Peak. Okay. So we're going to do North Kryta Province, Nebo Terrace. Then I'm going to do D'Alessio Seaboard. And then we're going to go to Beetleton. And then from there. Okay, so let's do it that way. Lilith Demon Blade. And is that a guy? It's a woman. That's a very manly looking face. I was like kind of thrown off by that. Alright, we're loading into Kryta. So we're kind of going into there's Mox. Do you guys remember Mox? So Mox is a character that you can get in your Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2 home instance. You can actually go get. Can I open this up, please? Jesus. Holy crap. Swamp Ruins? Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out Swamp Ruins. Somewhere over, wait a minute, this certain gate is here. Swamp Ruins. So I gotta go up here, guys. This is what that's where I gotta go, because that's an important part. So that's where we're gonna make our way first. So anyways, Mox is someone as a character you can get in Guild Wars 2 in your home instance. He plays music, right? Was he season 3? Was he during season 3 or was he during season 4? I don't remember. One of the seasons you can kind of get him. I want to say it was during the was it during the Draconis Mons thing? Wasn't he there? Quite remember that. I don't quite remember, but yeah, anyways, so he's here. Yeah, we have these guys. Those are the quote-unquote main characters that you're supposed to follow. Again, not something that I really care to talk about right now. If you guys want to see the story of Guild Wars 2, again, you can watch it yourself. Why is there like this holy light? Oh my god, Shining Blade. We have, this is much later in the story. This is when the Shining Blade and the White Mantle are fighting openly, and we're actually part of the Shining Blade. We're actually fighting the White Mantle. So the White Mantle might actually be enemies right now for us. Yeah, so it's a little bit off-throwing with the story that we have seen so far. Where we're moving right now in Guild Wars 2 is actually like over here. Okay, again, this is not something that looks anything at all. Right, there's a swamp, there's all this stuff going on. So that's why I'm not doing anything in Guild Wars 2. We're kind of like moving across there. So, not like that's really anything that is going to be like, oh, look at this, we can look at this, blah, 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 right? So I do want to go through these ruins. We have an archivist here. So this is where I'm trying to go. I want to say they're talking about these runes. They're talking about runes in the swamp. Wait a minute. Can't I click it? Swamp runes? Swamp runes. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to. Show me anything. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to like kind of move along. Yeah. So you guys see kind of the ruins here. I don't know if I don't think there's anything further up. So you kind of can see the ruins here. We have the tower here. We have this where the archivist is, right? He has like a quest for us as well that we can do. He talks about nightmares and he actually teaches us a skill. Mantra of lightning, believe it or not. A mantra of lightning. But yeah, so we have all these ruins here and stuff like that. So that is gonna be the center of where this windmill is. We're standing right at the center of this windmill. Okay? The big farm right here. The cornucopian farms. That is where we are standing right now. We're kind of standing like right here. Obviously it looks way different. You have these like the big buildings that are all like sunken into the swamp and stuff. Everything is kind of like destroyed. You have like mushrooms growing and shit. You have like this is an actual rafflesia flower. I want to say it looks like it anyways. Right here. They smell like I think they smell like decomposing flesh or something like that. You can look it up. I talked about this in my playthrough of what's the game? What's that game that I played through? Crusader of Senti. Because there's an area called Rafflesia Training Grounds, and there's no Rafflesias, but what's Rafflesia? Well, it's a flower. It's like a tropical flower. It's really big. It's what Gloom and what's the third one? The oddish line, those plants, like the weird round, like red things. That's what they're based off of. They're based off of the Rafflesia flower. So we have the Giant's Basin. They're pointing us to the Giant's Basin, but this is the lesser Giant's Basin. Is there anything interesting to the north there that I need to see? No, not really. So story-wise, and I will kind of tell you guys right now, so story-wise, we have arrived with the people of Ascalon, right? The refugees in Lion's Arch. Hableon has like said, okay, you're helping us with these undead, so we're letting your people in. You know, we you know, the guild wars have ended and there's no reason to fight anymore, and you know, the White Mantle is putting themselves as like, we are the heroes, we are the ones that saved Kryta, and we're all these like really cool people. But in truth, and we'll find out more as we go along, that they're not really that nice of guys. So they're actually pretty evil people. And we're moving to a really, really cool area. I think I have to go. Wait a minute. Let the minions fight over there. I don't care. I think I gotta go. I want to go around this way. So we actually get some Tengu, guys. We find some Tengu here. You know, we're kind of like moving through. I want to say we're like right in the middle of the. Yeah. So in Guild Wars 2, we're actually kind of literally moving up this road right now. Over here, yeah, this road right here is kind of what we're moving up. We are, cause, yeah, we're like at the far end of this road. We're like, you know, we're like right here, pretty much. So this is pretty much where we're walking. Okay, so, ooh, feathers. But yeah, we have some Tengu. Tengu are still very common in Kryta. This is before they built the Dominion of Winds, right? Before this, so we have a little town here, a little farm town. We get some Tengu bosses, or a Tengu boss. We got some farmlands. They have some crops here, a watchtower there, little farm with a Winton the Black. He's a collector, and there's some like. What's that? Pretty much just this little farm over here. But yeah, you guys will see Ascalon Settlement. Like, what is that? Right? It's weird. Well, you know, because why? You know, Ascalon Settlement? They built it already. Apparently, they were introduced to Lion's Arch and were immediately like, okay, we're gonna establish a settlement here. So they kind of were given. And again, this is like War and Kryta stuff. There's peacekeepers here. I don't know if I can just... Can I walk through these guys? I hope I can. Hello. Hello. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to the Ascalon settlement. I have business in Beetleton. We don't really have business in Beetleton, but that's okay. Not without a permit, you don't. Sir. Sir. I have no permit, then hereby under arrest for traveling without a travel permit. Lay down your weapons and come with us peacefully. This is what the White Mantle turns into, okay? They turn into a bunch of fuckers. This is preposterous. Never before have I needed a permit to travel to, through Kryta. I can't really read what it says. Freely through Kryta. Now stand aside and let me through. Why are we arguing with this guy? Well, things change, don't they? And now you need a permit to travel freely, which you don't have. So lay down your weapons, or my men will take them by force. You really think you can beat me? Remember, we have Shining Blade backing us up right now. You can have my weapons when you pry them from my cold, dead hands. Good enough for me, he says, and then just dies. Just we melt them completely. Goodbye. Alright, cool. So that's all happening. So that's just like a little thing while you're doing the War and Kryta stuff, where they show you how terrible everything is, kind of. All right, so we're here. We're at the Ascalon settlements. We're kind of in Guilders 1. We're kind of moving up this way. And we're kind of like la-di-da-di-da. We're venturing into the actual settlement, Ascalon settlement. We'll see how primitive of a settlement it was. So we have Farmer Dirk over here. He's looking. We walked by a prized hog. He is actually. Is he the same guy from the pre-searing? Was his name Dirk as well in the first in pre-searing? I think he is. He's the same guy. He was the guy that originally in Ashford. Remember in Ashford how the guy was there with the prized hogs? I think he's the same guy. But this is the settlement, guys. Look at it. Look at these like makeshift houses. You know, it's straw huts pretty much. I mean, they have like it's made out of stone, so it's probably pretty nice. But you know, it keeps it pretty cool. Probably they have like tropical climate here. They have a windmill here. Yeah, but this is pretty much it, guys. This is it. Okay. Captain Greywind. So there we go. That's pretty much it. I don't know if we actually can go to the very top here. This is like the old ruins of the old Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Tomb of the Unknown Soldier memorializes all brave souls lost in the defense of Ascalon settlement and wars against tyranny. Over the years, many have died so that others may live in freedom. Examine the engraving. Do not weep for the fallen. They stand beside us even in death. They are us, we are them. They will not be forgotten. Ascalon Eternal, an unknown soldier. Pay your respects. And yeah, so that's what it says right there. And that's I don't know, they erected this little like thing, this tribute thing right here. I don't know if this is like the old windmill or something where you could be like, oh, that's the same building or whatever, right? Well, I don't know if that's like really the same thing, but that's Ascalon Settlement here. Captain Greywind is someone that, um, oh, he's actually he actually has skills. He teaches you, you can learn skills from him. Interesting. Blankets for the settlers. So there's stuff to help out the new settlers. You can do like side quests to help out, the new settlement that's just been built, right? And obviously they have need of like stuff, like resources and stuff. I mean, they're like in a new land with and the new land that they're moving to, they're having their own issues, right? They're talking about like, the White Mantle just kind of pretty much took over, and there's undead attacking, and like they have monsters roaming this countryside, so that's why you kind of have to like take care of the like the scale and stuff. There's a lot of stuff. But a Greywind, if you guys remember, he's someone that does get mentioned in the story with Rurik. Rurik at some point talks about, when we talk about the Frostgate, when we're going through the Frostgate, he talks about like, oh, one of my men, Greywind, actually made this journey once. So that is who he's talking about. Greywind. Now, I don't know if he is a character. Do we get to see Greywind at all in Guild Wars 2? I would be surprised if we don't, because he does play some bigger role later on. Captain, so there is for the Howler, actually you have to do a stand near Captain Greywind's gravestone in the graveyard on the southern end of Ascalon. Oh, he does have a grave. Okay. I was like, isn't he? Oh, what am I doing? So I was like, I know they mentioned Greywind. So there's a graveyard here, right here. This is it. And you can we read these? Grady Chance. Is Greywind's the big one? Yes. So I was like, I know, like Greywind was like is a big character for like the because so the memorial we just read, right, the of the lost soldier or whatever, where they're like, oh, this is for all the lost souls that kind of like fought. That is because Ascalon gets, they're already bashed by the Char, right? They flee. They have to go across the Shiver Peak mountains, which are like these like really cold, frigid, like completely different climate, and they're coming from a not good place, and they're going to a not good place, right? And then they go into Kryta, and they're kind of met with a little bit of opposition. Not all the Krytans accept them, because again, remember, they were at war just recently, like a few years ago. They were at war, right? So they're not all super accepting, but overall, because the White Mantle is in control of Kryta, they accept them, and they tell them like, hey, you can come here and blah blah blah, all this stuff. And then the war in Kryta eventually happens, which is the Shining Blade versus the White Mantle, and it's like a civil war that's happening in Kryta. And what happens? Well, the Ascalonians get kind of pulled into all of that, and they're like, man, we just got the Ascalon settlement, we just got through all of this fucking shit, we fled, and now we're getting attacked by White Mantle. Right? And it's just like, they go through all of this stuff, and that's pretty much what it's for, right? Because they've been through so many hardships, and there's more hardships to come, and blah, 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 but they endured through all of it. The Ascalon settlement endured through all of that stuff, and that's kind of what that is for. Okay, so that's really cool. I really love that they have that. But here, so the greatest teacher and leader ever to have graced this land. And this is Greywind, okay? And he lived like quite a long time. I mean, that's what, 62 plus another 12. I mean, he was like 74, right? So he lived a long time. Like for a soldier, he lived a long time. And apparently his ghost appears here at night, so you can see Captain Greywind's ghost. And apparently you have to, for the Howler, which is the Warhorn, the legendary Warhorn. You have to stand near the gravestone in the graveyard when his ghost appears. His ghost will appear throughout nighttime shortly after Gravedigger Ukon sits under the nearby tree. Well, Ukon is sitting under a nearby tree right now, but it's not nighttime, so I don't know. Marduk the dog, I guess. But you're sitting around. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so Greywind appears here, so we can maybe chill out a little bit and see if there's anything that appears. Let me kind of, again, we're gonna skip over some of the stuff because again, there is not much I can show you. So, for example, this entire southern path here, okay, this entire mission, and I didn't even think about that. The entire mission is not available to us in Guild Wars 2. Like, it is not accessible, okay? And let me look at the map here. So I'm gonna show you guys exactly where that is. It's pretty much this area right here. Well, let's look. This area down here, okay? This area down here, it is not accessible. The dungeon takes place like over here, or it actually takes place over here. The season 1. The Aether Blade dungeon is right in here. It takes place in here, which is past the wall, so we can't even go there really in the overworld or anything. There's just this, like, we can't go there, you know. So I'm gonna skip all of that because there's really cool stuff there. And we talk about, remember how they talked about the Temple of Tolerance? They said bring the scepter to the Temple of Tolerance. That is where you go pick up the scepter. You actually meet Confessor Dorian there and all this stuff. But I'm not going to show you guys that because for the sake of the whole theme of comparison, I can't show you anything that compares there. So we're going to move, right? We're going to move from Ascalon City to Nebo Terrace, which is an outpost here. Okay, so we're gonna make our way there. But yeah, so that's Ascalon settlement. That's kind of like, this is where they end up settling, and then they move a little bit further north into Shaymore, and then eventually into Divinity's Reach, and help establish the Brewington district there, and then they connect to Ebonhawk, you know, which is kind of like, that's kind of like full circle, right? Because they start imagine the refugees start in Ascalon, and they venture to Kryta. They establish the Ascalon settlement, which is kind of like, again, you kind of see like these little huts and houses. I mean, this is compared to the Great Northern Wall, these huge towers that they have in original Ascalon, you know, pre-Searing Ascalon. We looked at that a few weeks ago. Like, they build this is what they're living in. They're becoming like, you know, some of these might even be nobles, right? And they now have to, like, you know, they have to wash their own fucking clothes. They don't, you know, it's just, it's a whole different thing. And then eventually they move north into Shaymore when Divinity's Reach becomes, you know, we have Divinity Coast. Okay, that is where Divinity's Reach will be. Shaymore is right over here, right? They kind of move some of them from the Ascalon settlement to Shaymore, and then when Divinity's Reach gets established, they make this the Brewington district, which again has like really cool buildings and stuff, and then they connect it to the only last remaining outpost with a Assyrian gate that connects to Ascalon. And it's kind of like a full circle. It's really cool, you know, they kind of come full circle. So we go to Nebo Terrace, and again, there is no water here because this wasn't present. Like, there is a river. You can kind of see there's a river flow. Like, there's a river kind of that has, like, you can kind of see there's like water underneath here, and it probably moves underneath here as well. That kind of connects to the might even connect through here, right? We don't really know. It looks a lot of blue here, but it connects to this whoa. I'm not even pressing the button. Why is it? It's pressing the button for me, and I'm like, I'm not even pressing the button. But yeah, we have this river that runs up here. Again, this is where the Lesser Giants Basin was, right here. Okay, so because of the flooding from Zaitan, when Zaitan awoke coming from the south, all this water gets like misplaced, and it gets kind of like all over the place. So I believe this is where the river right here is supposed to be, like right where we are in the river that flows through here, right there. That is apparently probably right where we are in Guild Wars 1 right now. There's a few farmlands down here that utilize water in their like farming. They have like these rice fields or whatever. Maybe we can look at those real quick. Down there, that's like one of the more impressive like farming villages, I want to say, in Guild Wars 1. We get another scout that helps us. It's always nice to have little friends come along and help us. So we have Scout Malthorin here with us. And let's move. Let's look at some of these farmlands here. I want to kind of just give you the guys a little look. So this will be like right around. Let me make sure that I'm looking at this correctly, because sometimes I'm like all over the place. We know how that goes. It's not actually where the bridge is. So we're actually kind of looking where the start of the swamplands are. That's kind of where this is. So you guys will see there seems to be natural water flowing, but yeah, they're using water to like and we have peacekeepers. They're actually like bothering these. I'm gonna have, while I'm exploring, I'm gonna have my group kind of help these guys out, because we're gonna get a dialogue here. Yeah, again, this kind of talks about how the White Mantle is oppressing the people. Remember how they like call him like Hablion the Oppressor and stuff like that? Something that gets thrown around a lot with the White Mantle, because that's what it becomes. At first, there are these heroes that save Kryta from the Char, and then slowly they start taking over the politics and they start taking over all the like all the different things in Kryta, and then they become these oppressors. They have these like, oh, you need permits to travel around, and you've been, what does he say? He talked about, you've been reported to your local committee for for the elimination of anti-Krytan behavior. Like all these like weird policies are coming into place, and all these like weird politics. But yeah, you can kind of see we have some graphical things going on here with that farmhouse there. Whoopsie. I kind of want to help this farmer out for a second. So, and then yeah, we're gonna move into some interesting things in a second, guys. Ooh, I'm excited. We get into some good stuff. But yeah, it's really cool to see Greywind. Oh man, Greywind. Alright. Okay, I'm not helping them. They're gonna die. I don't care. We're moving on. I don't have time for this. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So we're kind of moving to what do you guys think? We're moving into Nebo Terrace, okay? It's really, really funny because Nebo Terrace is this really cute little town. I actually really enjoy Nebo Terrace in Guild Wars 2. Because it's just like perfectly, like it has a wall around it and it's up on a hill and it's very defensible, and it does have like some defensible stuff, and it's like this really little like town, right? That has like, like, you have like a little inn here that you can go into. I always love doing that. Maybe you have some role players in the building. I don't think you can in this one. Yeah, no. Is there like a cellar here that I can go into? No. Okay, they don't let me do it here. But you have a kitchen with a knife. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening with my breathing. What the fuck's going on? But yeah, so it's a neat little town, right? Let me show you what Nebo Terrace, specifically Nebo Village, looks like in Guild Wars 1. This is it. This is it. This is it right here. This is it. Right there. Do you see the sign? It tells you right there, Nebo Terrace. It's this little outpost. It's like this hut over here. It's this hut over here. They're like, I mean, they're like not huts, but they're like big stone houses or whatever, straw things or whatever. You have a little farming thing here over on the side there. But this is it. This is what Nebo Terrace eventually turns into. Kind of wild to think about. What is this green? Do you see that? What's happening here? The underworld is taking over. Like, what the hell's going on? Why is it like flashing green? But yeah, anyways, so that's Nebo Terrace. Weird, right? Like, to think that eventually this becomes like a whole town with people and like just stuff going on. I mean, we do have this over here as well. They're kind of scattered throughout. But yeah, so that's Elder Sobel, Inspector Caleb. So there's more White Mantle stuff going on over here, I think, is what that is. I think they have like a discussion here, don't they, or something? Because this is the inspector. Oh no, 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 it's just an inspector. But yeah, some farmland again. This and they kind of have a sign to show you this is where Nebo Terrace is. So this is the other side of Nebo Terrace, and kind of that's it. That's Nebo. That's this little village right here, right? To think that it kind of like starts growing and looks a lot different and stuff. Whatever. I don't like late notices. I'm not a fan of late notices. But yeah, so that's kind of like, that's pretty much here. I do want to look at something, because there's one part that I always found very interesting, specifically around here, is when you go south, and the first haven isn't there yet. There's nothing there when you move south, right? You do have some stuff here. You do have some huts and stuff. We're gonna go with the head trainer. We're gonna go. There's these ruins here, and I'm like, what are these ruins for? And I'm like, is this something that's in Guild Wars 1? I want to look at that. I never really connected that with anything, because I don't remember there being anything. So I gotta line that up perfectly. I mean, you would think that there would be something here. I don't see anything here, though. Wouldn't it be right here? Look. Let me look, guys. It's to the left. Yeah, I literally just walked over where that's supposed to be. Yeah, so it's weird, right? Because they have these ruins here, and you can read it. These ruins appear to be of human structure. It's difficult to tell what it once was, but it was clearly destroyed long ago. And this is never, I don't think in any story step or in any like book or anything has ever been talked about what this location was. Like there's a well here and these ruins that you can read, and you would think, oh, it's something in Guild Wars 1, but this is where we are. This is the, I mean, this is obviously not this, right? I mean, there's a well, like I get it, there's water around, but there's no sign or anything, and it doesn't even look at all like the structures. There's nothing on that side, and when you look at the actual like layout of the map, it's supposed to be like right here. It's supposed to be like right here located, and you can't see anything. So I don't know why they put that there. It's really strange to me, where I'm just like, I don't see a reason for that to be here, like why they made those ruins there. That was always something that like I was just like, ooh, does it line up with Nebo Terrace? But then it's like, oh, we have Nebo Terrace here, and it lines up perfectly with that. And then if you go, like, right across, like, right over there, you know, from here to, like, here, there's nothing there. It's just like, okay, strange. So, it's very, very, very strange, right? Very peculiar. But yeah, we're moving, as you guys can see, we're kind of moving. We're moving across here. We're moving into the next area over here. You know, along the road, and we're gonna kind of do the same thing in Guild Wars 2. We're getting attacked in Guild Wars 2, so we're gonna have to just pay attention a little bit. I'm running. I'm running. On foot. Come on, Kieran. I need you. Okay, there we go. And we're doing the same thing. We're kind of taking the same road that we're kind of not exactly the same road, because the road that we're kind of taking is like over here, but same thing. But look what it is. It's Beetleton. So I'm just gonna teleport my way there. Make it faster, you know. So Beetleton, it doesn't align. Okay, I will tell you guys right now, it does not align at all. That is one of the things that does not align, which is kind of sad. It's kind of sad. Yeah, so we're gonna look at, this is the OG Beetleton, okay? They have this like big, I don't know, do they have like communal housing or something? Because it looks like this is a house, but it looks like, I mean, it's like, do like 25 families live in here? Like this does not look like the place where nobles would live, okay? But we do have some merchants and some people with quests. We have a skill trader here. We have some houses, right? It's very, very much just regular, like, old stuff. Undead has been sighted. A horde of undead. My favorite. Again, so this it doesn't look anything like it. So where are we right now in Guild Wars 2, you might ask, right? Where are we located? Well, like I said, we're taking the same road. We did take the same road. We actually didn't take that road there. I was wrong on that. We actually did take the same road. So the road that we just ventured along to go into Beetleton in Guild Wars 1, right? We came from Nebo Terrace, which is right here. That's Nebo Terrace, right? Which is right here. And we took this path northward, and then kind of like it flattens out a little bit. That's the same thing we just did. We actually end up right there, well, actually perfectly where that circle is where we end up. Right next to the waterworks. So this is where the original Beetleton was, right here. So there you are. Welcome to old Beetleton. They obviously, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, these structures are the same, right? I mean, the way that they built them, right? With the straw tops. You know, the farmhouses are kind of like, okay, they're built the same way. So you could say that maybe that is the same building or something. Maybe that's like the waterworks, or maybe one of these buildings actually looks exactly the same. I don't know. I mean, this kind of looks like it a little bit. I don't know. Maybe more of this, right? But I'd like to think that big building or something is like the waterworks. I'm not sure. So, let me look at Cursed Lands real quick. Yeah, Cursed Lands is also something I'm gonna skip because I don't think there's anything of note. It's just like Cursed Lands right here in Guild Wars 1. It's all swampland, and I'll show you guys where that is in Guild Wars 1. It's down here, okay? And it's just kind of like this area. And it actually goes all the way to where the Demon Grub Pits, is that what it's called? Demon Grub Pits, I want to say, are over here. So it's just kind of this area. You don't see any, I don't think you see any like centaur outposts or anything interesting like that. So again, some of the stuff lines up perfectly, some of the stuff does not line up perfectly, and some of the stuff is interesting and some of it is just not interesting. So I'm gonna skip over some of the boring stuff because I talk about way too many things. You know, we want to go through. So Watchtower Coast is something that's really, really, really cool to me. And we're not gonna move into Divinity's Coast. We're actually gonna go southward. Oh, we can't. We're gonna go into Divinity's Coast. I'm gonna stop at Divinity's Coast and kind of go. No, actually, we'll finish up the north. We'll do the north, and then I can concentrate on the southern part because we only have that little bit up there. So, so Watchtower Coast is something that's really, really cool. It is named after these towers, and you'll see them right there. These towers right there. Okay, and when you look up the lore for these towers, right? And again, that's kind of like it's actually right here. So this was remember, guys, this was like a giant lake, right? This is the Giant's Basin. Okay, this is all like a huge lake that you would look across, like Lake Doric, right? When it was filled up. And then without Divinity's Reach there, like this was all water, okay? And it actually went to like right, I mean, it would go to like right here, right? This is where the water would be, right? And yeah, so we're gonna kind of travel there. But yeah, if you look up the lore for these watchtowers, it actually talks about how they line the northern coast of Kryta at the Giant's Basin, okay? And that it's these mysterious towers, and I will kind of have to like let me read it to you guys. So let me read the description of I kind of want to actually move somewhere because there's a cool spot that I want to actually go to that tower. And that tower is like the main tower, and it's really cool. And then I'm gonna try to do both things here in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, and it might turn into a mess one way or another. I don't know. But it's really cool because they talk about these watchtowers, how there used to be these ancient watchtowers that no one really knows who built them, and that they were built. Well, that's weird. That pops in. The one watchtower that I'm looking at right now, guys, as well. Like, if you were to look at it, like, look at that tower. Doesn't that look cool? That's actually where I'm looking at right now in Guild Wars 2. It's supposed to be like right in front of me. This is where the lake is, or the river. Do you see kind of how that's divided? How it has like a water running through it? That's the river that I'm looking at right now. This is supposed to be like the island that I'm staring at in Guild Wars 2. Oh my god, why are you bothering me? I'd like fucking... What do you want? I hate when I get... I hate when I get text messages 11 o'clock that are work related. I'm like, no, don't do that. Just don't do that. You missed your chance. I don't think you can travel over there. Yeah, we can't travel over there. Really? I thought you could go over there. I was like so set on... Oh, you can from that side. Oh my fucking god. Welcome to Guild Wars 1. But yeah, so there's a watchtower here. Okay, you can't enter those. Again, the Guild Wars 1 didn't have any buildings, interior buildings and stuff. So these watchtowers, right? There's a watchtower there. There's a watchtower over there. There's a watchtower over there. There's another one back there. There's one way back there. And they line this coast, right? This coast right here. So, let's read about the towers. Okay, because again, they're not in Guild Wars 2, but there is something that I do want to show you guys. So it says, Watchtower Coast is a relatively peaceful area in northern Kryta, named for the ancient watchtowers that dot the landscape. The towers, legend has it, were built to fend off some unknown threat from across Giant's Basin, but their true purpose remains unknown. Really cool stuff, right? Because you're talking about like, oh, an unknown threat. Well, what are two things that we can definitively say are north of... I'm gonna have to kind of put this up right here. There we go. It's like blowing on my arm. It's like freezing my arm off. Jesus. What is definitively north of the Giant's Basin, right? When we look at the Giant's Basin, you know, we can do that in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, and we can even turn off our UI to kind of get a better look. Well, we have the Isles of Janthier, right? That's something where we know the Mersat are from, right? They kind of come from there, and they go to, specifically when they come here, the first time they meet Saul D'Alessio, remember, in Guild Wars 1, in Demetra, the holy city, which is in between the two basins, the Giant's Basin and the Lesser Giant's Basin. Okay, that's where the city is. That's where they are first introduced into the Krytan. Okay, now up here, again, another thing is we know this as well. The Woodland Cascades is pretty much the homelands of the centaurs. That's where the centaurs are like concentrated, right? Because we talk about like Harathi hinterlands, right? And they talk about how they get support from the mountains, right? They come down from above here. Specifically, probably this area is where the centaurs are from. So we kind of know that north of the basin, we have the Isles of Janthier and like probably what the centaurs are using as their territory, right? We know kind of like that in Harathi goes over here, that they get support, you know, they come from the mountains, they come down, right? So it's just kind of like, and they even like, because they have a presence to the north here, and we're going to look at that in a minute as well. There's something very important I want to show you guys, but you know, they're even over here, so they're coming from the north, right? They're coming from here and they're coming from here. So the ancient threat, was it a centaur army? Was it the Mersat? Maybe way back in the day, you know, the humans were fighting the Mersat, like when they first arrived on Tyria. Like, we don't know. Were the watchtowers built by humans? Again, remember, we have the Seers, which were the enemies of the Mersat. That the Seers built the watchtowers to defend, like maybe the Seers at some point lived in Kryta before the humans even got to Tyria. And they defended against the Mersat along the basin here. This is kind of where they drew the line, and they build these towers to defend against them. We don't know any of that stuff, right? It's all very mysterious and very like, what is the purpose of all of this stuff, right? So it's really cool to think about all these different things and like these little theories, right? Like what were those watchtowers built for? And it's something that I really wish ArenaNet would kind of dive into. Like why? Oh, because I don't have. I was like, why can't I travel now? You know, it's like the seer specifically, you know, the ancient history of like the Jotun, like all the stuff. I wish ArenaNet would like take their time to like dive into that stuff, because it's more interesting to me than a lot of the stuff that maybe they are talking about right now, you know. So not to say that the stuff that they're talking about right now is bad, but oh, I died. Oh my goodness, I died, guys. Woo. Well, my teammates are gonna hopefully fuck them up. Maybe not. I don't know. No, they are. They're fucking them up. They're fucking them up. So. Oh, but we're getting this group over here. Yeah, we're facing level 20s, so this is like not really that easy. So I actually have to fight. I actually have to. We might lose here. I don't know. I'm doing pretty okay. I want to say I think I'm doing okay. We have a divine peacekeeper. That's the healer. Always go for the healer first. And we have a stupid freaking mesmer here. Yeah, okay, we got it. We got it. We got them dead. Got a couple of these guys here. Oops, didn't block that. Alright, we did it. We did it. We died, but we did it. We can actually go to the watchtower. The white mantle, so there's white mantle flags on these. The white mantle didn't build these. Oh, we can't go there. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on, ArenaNet. Oh, man. You can kind of see some red flags. Those are white mantle flags. I don't think that means that they built them. I think they just kind of occupy them, right? Because they're kind of like occupying Kryta right now. So they're kind of, I think they're occupying those forts as well right now. So they're kind of using those as a utility. But what do I want to show you guys in Guild Wars 2? And I wish I do have this upper waypoint. God, it keeps on getting... I'm going to take a short break in a second. I have to use the restroom. So I want to show you this one thing, and I'm going to take a short break. And it's really cold in here, but then it like gets hot immediately as soon as I turn off the AC. It's a hard life to live, I tell you what. Just kidding, it's not. You know what I mean? There's people that are starving, freezing, dying every day off of random shit, so I shouldn't complain. But yeah, look at these watchtowers. They're very like intimidating, right? I mean, if there was a fleet approaching, you know, across the basin or whatever, and they're just kind of like, here we come, right? It's like, whoa, big towers, right? They're lining. I mean, they're lining. Just there's so many of them. There's one in the back there. You can kind of see it through the hole there. There's one there. There's one there. There's a lot of them, right? And imagine having those like manned with like archers and, you know, whatever else. Oh my god. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm gonna try to survive, guys. I'm gonna try my best here. Let me mount, please. Fucker, what the hell? How far do they reach? Obviously, this is what I'm trying to show you guys. Jesus Christ. The fallen watch out. The fallen watch out. Dead. Okay. So this is again, we don't actually get to see because this is where the basin kind of is, right? The basin is here, Demetra is here, the other basin is here, right? We have the basin here, and then we have the land in between, right? Which is pretty much what I'm drawing here. And then there's a watchtower to the north. There's actually a watchtower up here in Guild Wars 1. It's actually up here. So that's kind of weird, right? Because we get this ancient watchtower. This is one of those watchtowers. This is supposed to be one of those ancient watchtowers. Do you see how massive that is? I mean, we look at these watchtowers, they're huge, right? That one in particular is probably the biggest one out of them. Maybe even this one over here, that's a pretty big one. There's a little, that one looks kind of smallish from here. but they're huge, right? But that's what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be an ancient watchtower. And again, ArenaNet has this lore that they kind of don't really do anything with, but they talk about they don't do anything with it, but they have it in the game. And then they don't talk about it in Guild Wars 2, but they reintroduce it at some point. I mean, this is during season 3. This is like years ago, okay? Like, this is like, you know, I mean, a lot of shit has happened since then in the game, right? Even in the real life, but in the game. Oh my god, I forgot how strong the War of Kryta folks are. Fucking annoying as fuck. I actually have to fight, and it sucks. Because I can't just, like, move around. Should have turned that off. I don't think there's anything else that's important to see around here. Is there? Let me double check here. Yeah, there's nothing else interesting. So I'm just gonna teleport to the outpost, Divinity's Coast, and we're gonna do the same in Guild Wars 2. And we'll talk about some stuff there. But yeah, so it's kind of cool to think about, right? The watchtowers, like, what is this ancient enemy to the north? I will say that if you look up, and you can kind of do that, you can go into the Guild Wars 1 wiki, which is also really, really awesome. That's a really cool wiki to go to. But you can look on the wiki, and you can type in list of maps, and it gives you a list of all these maps, okay? And I'm looking for a very specific. I guess I was a little bit wrong with that. So yeah, I was a little wrong on it. I thought it looked a little different. I had it differently in my mind. But one of the earliest maps, one of the original map, and I will link it to you guys in chat. This is the original map of Guild Wars. This is before all of the expansions came out and stuff. This is when Prophecies, you know, this is before, because the northern part up here was introduced with Eye of the North, right? And some of the parts down here as well were introduced with Eye of the North. But I'm gonna link to you guys in chat, and you can look at it. A map of what Guild Wars 1 map, what the map originally looked like. And you can look at that map, and you will see that there is no delta north of here. Like, the map kind of cuts off right here. That is where the map cuts off, right? We don't even see north of Ascalon. And it's really cool because the mountains are like bluish. Like, the Shiver Peak Mountains are kind of blue. They're not like snowy white. They're like a light blue almost. So the contrast is really stark on a lot of the maps when you look at that. But yeah, you can zoom in and you can kind of see specifically the areas that we're kind of looking at and stuff. So north of the basin, there wasn't like water or anything. Like, we didn't know what the northern part looked like. So that's kind of, because remember, that's where the lore came from. That's at the time of the lore was the original Guild Wars 1 Prophecies, and that's what the map looked like back then. So it's kind of cool to think about that, right? So we come from the Watchtower Coast. That would be over there. That's kind of where we would enter. There's nothing interesting in Guild Wars 2 to see, but then we have this gate, okay, and that is where the mission starts. We have this mission called Divinity Coast, and this is where we will deal with a lot of really cool stuff. We're gonna see a ton of really cool things. You guys see that bridge over there? Very important bridge right there. You know, and we kind of look across this like landscape and stuff. Really important. So let's go in there, and let's go to where I am right now. Or Guild Wars 1. Let me line it up perfectly for you again. For you guys again. To the left. I gotta go to the left. I'm not right. So I'm actually right here. Mind you. Okay. I'm like supposed to be right here. Somewhere around here. So that's where the outpost is. Again, so let's look at the architecture. That's something that I noted earlier. So for anyone, again, I talk about keen eyes. I love people who can pick out certain details and stuff. There's a few people that are like really good with that type of stuff, where they're just like, whoa, they pick it out and they see it right away. I'm not necessarily one of those. Like, I could walk by something really crazy that should pop out to me and like I don't see it. Sometimes though, I do see certain things. Have you guys ever wondered, like, we have seen the structures, right? We've seen what the structures look like in Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2. You know, we know what Kryta looks like. We do still have the straw on top of the stone buildings and stuff. We kind of have that. We have the architecture and stuff. But this right here, the fort right here, doesn't this kind of like, this is old Krytan, right? Isn't this like, this reminds me of like old Kryta. Not that we have this available in Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1 to see actually like this outpost. It would be located somewhere around here. That's why I'm pointing that out. But yeah, isn't that crazy to think that this is kind of like, that is the structures, okay? That is kind of what the structures look like. And again, these are different to what the watchtowers look like. Remember, the keep, Lion's Arch Keep, which might have been there before they built Kryta, before they built Lion's Arch, right? But they're a different architecture to what the Krytan architecture looks like. The Krytan architecture looks like very pointy, has a lot of like pointy stuff going up, right? That's like very common in the Krytan stuff, where like the watchtowers, again, that's the watchtowers that line the coast. There's some over there as well. So but again, this looks like more like the Krytan, the ancient Krytan architecture, and that's where like keen eyes come in. So if you have like eyes for detail, to me that looks, you know, they have the spiky stuff kind of going out to the top, and the way that it has like a little bit of green built into the architecture to kind of give you that mossy feel that some of those buildings give you when you look at them. So I think that, I like to think that they build this maybe as like a callback to, you know, maybe this was a remnant. Maybe this has been there since the olden times, right? We kind of, when we remember looking at Lion's Arch, and I had the like 3 spikes in the middle on that pedestal with the lions and then the stairs, and we had that little thing in the back, and I was like, I don't know what that is, but I had this 3 spikes. Like that's like Krytan architecture. That's kind of what it looks like. It's like a motif kind of a thing, you know, in the actual built-in architecture. And we kind of see that here as well. Do you kind of see the spikes and stuff? So it's like old, and it doesn't fit. Like when you look at this fort, when you look at the garrison looks nothing like anything else in Kryta. It looks nothing like anything else in Kryta. So we're going to Shaymore, guys. We're going to Shaymore. You get some birds here. You get some water. Some, you guys see the sparkle? I love that. That's something that they added. Again, it's kind of like the snow that we have in the Shivery Peak Mountains. It's like almost like a filter that they put on top of the water. It's not every water, because we can look over here and it's not there anywhere, even though you would maybe need it over there. But yeah, they kind of want to make you feel like you're looking at this like shimmering water. Ooh, great, whatever, blah blah blah, right? It's like so pretty. Oh my god. Yeah, but we're moving into Shaymore, right? So it's kind of wild to think like this is gonna be Shaymore. So we're actually doing the same move here. We're moving across. We moved across this bridge. You could somewhat align it with this bridge over here. I would think it kind of aligns with this bridge right here. And we're moving into Shaymore. Okay, it's the same thing here. We're moving into the town of Shaymore. We have these villagers here. We have all this stuff, and look who it is. It's Hablion. Let's go say hi to Hablion. But yeah, so we're in Shaymore right now. We're right in the middle of Shaymore. I don't know if we can get any cool lore, but look what it is, guys. Ooh, so we have Hablion. Let's kind of talk to him.
My friends, welcome to Shaymore. This is the Eye of Janthir. It has the power to see inside a person and discern his or her magical aptitude. Those it gazes upon will be judged, either rising to glory or falling in shame. You will be bringing it to Loamhurst, taking those whom it deems worthy with you. before it will follow you, you must first cleanse yourself in the Fountain of Truth, up on the hill to the southeast. Once you have been cleansed, come back to retrieve the eye, and you can commence administering the test.
And our character, this is something that happens only sometimes. Our character randomly moves. You guys see that? And we get led to this gate that just opened up, which was this gate right here. And we get told that we have to cleanse ourselves for the Eye of Janthier. And remember, guys, Eye of Janthier was something that we got to see in Guild Wars 2 during Season 3. That was something that we tried to use to find Balthazar. Or specifically Lazarus, Balthazar, who was disguised as Lazarus because he was a Mersat, and we know that the Eye of Janthier is a Mersat artifact. Okay, but in order for that to follow us, we have to cleanse ourselves in the Fountain of Truth, right? And it's boom, okay, and we get this like effect on us, and we get cleansed, and it says cleansed. The waters of the Fountain of Truth have washed away your sins. You're now worthy to transport the Eye of Janthier. So it's really crazy to like, it looks like, because we never really fully understand, even in Guild Wars 1, we never fully understand what the eye is for, right? He tells us that it looks into a person's soul, and it shows their like they're like, if they're worthy, like if they're strong or whatever. It shows you the inside. I will show you guys where the fountain is. If we were to follow in Guild Wars 2, I will show you that. We would be moving out of town, and it's actually where the graveyard is. This is where the fountain is, up here where the graveyard is. I don't think we get any like residual like this looks like the fountain kind of thing. It's actually further. It's inside of the cave, guys. It's inside of this cave, or not inside, but it's on top of this cave somewhere out there. Okay, so these waters right here, they might be where the fountain is flowing, like overflowing up top there. I don't know if there's anything that looks like a fountain. Wouldn't it be fucking crazy if Arena had put like this random little thing that looks like a fountain up there, and it was just, I mean, I wouldn't put it against them to do that, but just like this time, I mean, we could fly up there with our sky scale probably. I don't know if I can break out of the map there. Wouldn't it be crazy if they did that though? Like only for the people that would like really know their fucking lore to have the. But yeah, the fountain is non-existent here. As you guys can see, there's no fountain here. There's waters coming out of the mountain there, but that's right there is where the fountain should be. That we just cleansed ourselves, so it's not there. But yeah, so the Eye of Janthier, and we see that again. You can kind of play Season 3 in Guild Wars 2 if you want to see the Eye of Janthier. Oh my god, I did this again. If you want to see it, but this is Shaymore, right? So we see Shaymore, and then we go north, right? We would travel north into Divinity's Reach. Let's just kind of, he's gonna be like, okay, deliver the eye. So we kind of have to take the eye with us. It follows us. It's really creepy looking because I feel like they use like a real human eye, like a picture of a real human eye. Tablet of Janthier. Let's read those tablets. I want to see what those say. But yeah, as we pass along villagers, they will either be knocked down or they will be like, oh, they get like a thing. They could like ascend it or whatever. That just means that they're worthy. So this guy is worthy. And then we kind of like, we go by, I don't know if she was already judged. I don't know if it's all of them or whatever. But we have to find like a set amount of them. We have to go by, I don't know if we have to find a set amount of them. No, we just have to deliver the eye. But as we deliver the eye, it will actually like, the villagers will be like, oh, I'm worthy. And then they will follow. I think they follow us, don't they? They're not following us right now, so that's really annoying. But that's fine, whatever. I think some of them will follow us at some point. All right. In our faith, we are blind. In the unseen, we seek true sight. In ourselves, we find obedience. Peasant's prayer from the Book of Loam. So, there is this like really weird, because the unseen, again, the unseen, for those of you that don't know, the unseen is another name for the Mersat. We don't know. They're kind of building this mystery where right now we get introduced to the White Mantle, who are followers of the unseen, and they talk about the unseen powers that make up the universe and like all this stuff. And it's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Like, we were introduced to the 5 human gods, right? We were like Dwayna, Balthazar. We saw the murals, right? In Pre-Syrian, you can see all the statues. We looked at all of those, you know, and there's the little plaza in Ascalon City where you can look at the like little murals and stuff. And they, you know, priests of Dwayna is there, and you know, monks or followers of Dwayna, and you know, warriors are like, you get introduced to that, right? And then you go to Kryta, and they talk about the unseen gods, and you're like, huh, weird. So there's the White Mantle believes in the unseen gods, which is based off of them meeting the Mursad, who are they can cloak themselves, so to say. They leave the plane of, they leave like our plane, and they're like on like an in between. They're like in a limbo state kind of thing, and they did this to hide from the elder dragons, but they have this ability, and only people who are ascended, people who are worthy, right? People who are like, oh, you know, they're special. They are able to see the Mursad. And that's why they're called the unseen. Not everyone can see them. So they're the unseen gods. And that's kind of what they talk about. Now, the Book of Loam, you guys will see that we have to bring the eye to Loamhurst, which is this tiny town at the very tip over here. That's Loamhurst. At the very tip on the other side. Now, Loamhurst in Guild Wars 2 is, and now we'll show you guys where that is. Actually really interesting here. I'm like, what the fuck? Really? That's it? But yeah, we're still here. So this is Shaymore, and then this northern part that we're not able to actually go to is going to become Divinity's Reach. We can't go there. There's nothing that we can do. But this part, this is the river that runs south of Divinity's Reach, right? This river right here, this river that runs through here, that's this river right here that runs through there. We kind of, you know, like I said, we crossed the bridge there, and then the garrison is south of it. That's the same river. This bridge right here, we'll see this bridge in a minute, okay? We'll look at this bridge in a minute. But let's read some more about Janthier and the tablets of Janthier. So we have a tablet up here. Again, there's another watchtower over here. We're going to get another close look at another one over here. The real test of a believer is his range of sight. Faith does not require clear vision, but rather an acceptance of what is truly there. Oath of the unseen. Okay, so again, that's kind of like what they talk about, like, oh, the unseen gods, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, who the fuck are those guys? Okay, let's read this. Although it stands to reason that a believer should be mindful of that in which he believes, it seems that we're all at times negligent. Consequently, if someone were to ask the believer in what he believes, the person who can answer without stopping to contemplate and reflect is rare. Excerpt from the Book of Tests. So again, kind of like, you know, sometimes, and I think anyone, I think this speaks to anyone that's religious, you know, anyone, and I'm not a religious person, but, you know, or I don't believe in, let's say, I don't believe in like a set religion, you know, I have my own beliefs, but it's not like a written down, you know, I don't have a book, I don't go to church, like that type of stuff, right? But people, you know, people that believe in faith, I think some people, I always, like, I find it wrong to blindly follow a faith. You know, you kind of have to sometimes question your faith. Sometimes you have to, like, you have to do that. And it doesn't mean that you're necessarily a bad follower just because you don't follow it without questioning it, right? It's just sometimes you have to question it. So I think that's part of understanding your faith. That's how I believe it anyways, you know, and I'm not going to get into, like, a religious talk, but that's kind of, like, how I feel about that. We read that one down there. We didn't read this one. Let's read that. At his heart, every man has inside him a place of darkness. The challenge of the righteous man is not only to recognize in himself that which he seeks to strike down in the wicked, but to understand that he too is wicked. Okay, and that is the Book of the Confessors. So again, every person has like a dark side, you know, and it's not just overcoming the outside darkness, but also your own darkness sometimes, right? That's kind of part of life. Some of these lessons are pretty good. The crossroads will come, a hiccup in time when the rest of history has not been written. At this juncture, when the fate of the world hangs in the balance, the forces of evil will rise. It is at this point that the chosen ones may fail. So again, kind of talking about, you can interpret that however you want to. The true believer does not ask for compensation. The true believer does not ask his gods to deliver him from sin. The true believer places his life in the hands of faith, trusting in the unseen. Book of Hairs. Okay. So then we get this like really ornate, whatever that is, tomb. So we read a little bit of Janthier. So again, tablets of Janthier because the Mersada from Janthier. And I really hope that ArenaNet will let us go to the Isles of Janthier at some point. I'm hoping that expansion 4 is going to take us in Guild Wars 2 to the Isles of Janthier because God knows I need it. I deserve it. My faith needs to be compensated, okay? My faith in ArenaNet, I need compensation. Just kidding. But I think there's a lot of people that would be really interested in going to the Isles of Janthier. I think it would be, like I said, I have a whole, if you guys want to, whoa, we rubber banded. Did you see that? Whoa, okay. I should have known because the eye wasn't following me. If you guys want to know my thoughts on season 4, or I keep saying that, season 4. It's season 6, expansion 4. If you guys want to see my thoughts on that, my theories, my ideas that I have, there's a video on the YouTube channel you can watch. It's not too long. It's like 20 minutes long or something like that. We got to talk to this gate guard. He'll let us through. And we're going to move. This is a little bit more like, again, this is like kind of moving along. Like we'd be moving along here. Actually, like further up, we'd be like somewhere up here, I want to say. But yeah, so it's kind of where we're moving. Moving along. So this is more of like, I guess what they would consider to be Shaymore. This is like the outskirts. I guess this was overtaken by Inferno Imps. There's a villager there, but it's kind of been taken over. But yeah, my thoughts on that, I had really cool ideas, I want to say. I had some really cool idea for Norn, specifically. I really, really loved my idea for Norn. So, yeah, so we're kind of taking the road. We can do a little, I think there's a shortcutty way that we can do. Can we do that? We can go. Oh, we got some spined aloes. Can I go up this way? I can. Alright, we can go this way. We don't have to follow the road. There's some villagers. You're supposed to kind of like pass by and then see which ones, the ones that fall down are not chosen. And then the ones that are like, oh, they are chosen. So we kind of are selecting some chosen. The one villager never followed us. I think they're supposed to follow us, but yeah, who cares? We're just supposed to go there. I think the bonus mission is to no, I think there's a different bonus mission. I don't know. But yeah, so that's kind of where we started up there. Do you remember that? That was when I talked about the garrison. That's where we started. That's up there. That's the gate that we traveled through in order to come to the mission. That was kind of up there. And then the outpost is up there where the flags is. That's where we were standing. We were looking across from there. We were looking across this stuff over here. So, but yeah, we come to this really cool bridge, and it has these like really big white mantle flags on it and stuff. There's a drake down below. He might attack us. That's okay. We can I can kind of summon an enemy and we can kill him from up here. Yeah, he's dead already. And the other guy's gonna die too. The drake. But yeah, so we're traveling across this. What is this bridge? Well, it's this bridge right here. We're looking at Guild Wars 2. This is this bridge right here. Okay? I mean, looks nothing like it. Obviously, it's been redone. I really love those lanterns. I got the same kind of lanterns for my house, guys. Like, on my front porch. They look really nice. They're really, really nice. I got those at Walmart for like $11. They're really nice. But yeah, so it looks very different, but that's kind of the same bridge. When you line it up, it lines up almost perfectly with that bridge. But yeah, again, that's kind of going over the same river there. We have to help this villager. We have more tablets to read, so we're kind of we're moving across here. Again, nothing really looks the same. That's for the purpose of Guild Wars 2. This is the starting area, and in Guild Wars 1 we're like already way ahead. This is a bonus mission. This guy's gonna have me walk like down the river or something to do something. I'm not gonna do that, so We're not gonna do bonuses. A person is a good believer to the extent that his earnesty places importance in his masters. But even a person who's good for who's good for nothing will be a reliable supplicant if only he has the utmost faith in his masters. Blah blah blah, and that's like all these teachings of the White Mantle. The way of the chosen is found in death. When pressed with the choice of life or death, it is only in the later that the unseen shall be brought to glory. Patience progress in this delivery shall be rewarded in the next life. From the conversation with Elder Confessor Schessler. So he was one of the confessors of the White Mantle as well. We have some Tengu here that we have to defeat. We're going to look across the countryside here. Again, we're kind of like looking across what Shamor Fields will be at some point. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. Okay, we're looking at this area here. I think the bonus takes me down here somewhere. I have to like go down there and do some shit. We're not going to do that. We're just going to keep on the road. And we're going to go... they're going to have us go down here, loop around, and then go to the tip up here. So... I can't see what I'm showing you again. So, yeah, but yeah, it has us go around pretty much. So we're kind of journeying down here. We're going across here. We're journeying up here, and then we're ending like up here. Okay, and that's where Loamhurst is. Loamhurst is where the orchard is. Kind of weird, right, to think about. Yeah, so, yeah, again, we're supposed to help these merchants and stuff. I don't think we're really supposed to do any of that stuff. I don't really care. So. Please, I have a family, don't kill me. Yeah, whatever. Let's save these guys. So we do have some farming stuff. I mean, I kind of like, you know, that kind of, but yeah, this is burned down. This is like a destroyed farm. Now we're going into like the swampy area. So there was actually like a swamp area, swampish area, on the far side. So this over here is kind of swampy in Guild Wars 1, which obviously in Guild Wars 2 it's nothing at all. There's no water even around. I mean, the only water is up here and nothing around there is swamp, right? So, but yeah, that's kind of like, you know, interchange. We see that house up there. Oh my god, stop. They're gonna keep on doing the whole bling bling because we have like a follow. We actually have one of the villagers that followed us. 2 other villagers never followed us, which is whatever. Some of these swans are toxic. Yes, I just got poisoned, so I have the condition on me, which is called poison. Hey, there's something in Guild Wars 2. Oh my god, that eye is so irritating. It's like right on top of me. I think it does damage as well. I think it damages enemies as well, I want to say. But yeah, in the swampy areas of Kryta, you will find undead. It's kind of... Yeah, do you see that like big... that comes out? I think that's like an attack that the eye does. So... The eye. The eye. We're moving. We have better things to do with our life, okay? We gotta go to Loamhurst. So we go through this like gate, which is this whatever. Why is this even here? We got a boss here, Raja Crux. Again, they look really cool. They have some really cool designs. Look at this guy. I would love to have a tonic. Whoa, hello. He looks like Greywind, but he's my assassin. Again, you don't want to really step into swampy waters here because it's going to be like poison and then poison. No, poison does not spread. There's 2 different conditions, one that spreads and one that doesn't spread. So there's poison and then there is disease. And disease and stuff that spreads depending on what species you are, because there's different species. So this I think undead are a species. And then you have like I think maybe even ghouls might be like, they're not necessarily undead. I think they're like a different type. They're like demons or something. There's different like species. Like obviously we're all human right now, but like disease only spreads among the same species, which is like a really cool mechanic if you think about that. You know, obviously that's something they could never add in Guild Wars 2, but it's just, you know, that's like really cool to think about. Corrupted ore collar. Okay. Yeah, so these are forces of ore. Because again, remember, the Scepter of War, the Undead Lich, who is the god, what's his name? Vizier Kilburn. I forgot his name again. I was just like, come on, are you kidding me? Like, they're all from Or, right? They come from, that's kind of where they ventured from, because they come from Or. They come up here because they're in search of the Scepter of Or. Because that controls the undead, and he is, you know, we have all this stuff. So this guy says, why don't any of the Chosen ever return? Well, we already know in Guild Wars 2, they talk about this. When we face Hablion at the Bloodstone Fen, and we'll see this when we actually venture to the Bloodstone Fen in Guild Wars 1, they sacrifice the Chosen, right? That's what makes them so evil in the first place. Let's read some more of the Janthir stuff. A man once climbed to the top of the tallest mountain to find out how far he could see. Upon arriving, he looked out what he believed to be the edge of the world. The thought of what lay beyond so frightened him that he climbed back down, never to return. Interesting. In a person's life, he may encounter many doors. Some of them will be shut, others will be open wide, but those with locks should remain shut tight, for faith comes in the acceptance that there are some things best left alone. So that's speaking to what we just talked about, the Chosen getting sacrificed. They don't want you to dig into all of that, right? They want you to remain faithful and blind to the truth of that they're sacrificing people. You know what I mean? And so that's, they're kind of like, they're putting that in their teachings and stuff like that. So this is Loamhurst. So this is kind of the edge right here. So that is where the apple orchard is. The apple orchard is. Okay, we're right here. Right here. So. Without sound.
When you're ready,
running.
escort all the Chosen to the caravan.
Yes, sir.
We leave within the hour.
So they're now, we brought the eye there, but we also escorted the Chosen here, right? So they're taking the Chosen, you know, the people that were like, oh, you know, those people, they're taking them, right? And they're taking them into the jungle.
What was that?
It came from over there.
It's an ambush.
Oh no! It's a shining blade!
Dwayna, protect us.
Quickly, take the Chosen into the jungle.
Please don't hurt us.
Keep quiet. Your suffering will be over soon.
Ooh. Ooh. And we get shot right into the fucking Mukuma jungle. So we get introduced to the, yeah, so we literally go from over here all the way here. That's why I'm saying there's a lot of like jumps into like where you go. We're obviously gonna go back to Beetleton here. Is Beetleton a good place to go? Yeah. Because I'm trying to figure out how to get to the Temple of the Agents. Yeah, Beetleton it is. Whatever. But yeah, so we get introduced to Shining Blade, and they're kind of like showing the Shining Blade as these bad guys, only to find out that they're actually saving the Chosen from the White Mantle because the White Mantle is sacrificing them, and that's something that we're going to talk about next week, because we're going to be showing off, or I'm not sure if it's going to be next week. Again, I don't know if I'm going to be working next Monday. If I'm working next Monday, there's no way I'm going to be streaming. Look at that little island right here. Is that in Guild Wars 2? Oh, it is. Look at that. I want to go there. I want to know what's on that little island. I just noticed that. I was like, there's a tiny little island there. But yeah, we're going to be doing the Maguma Jungle next week. If not next week, the week after. So whenever this next stream is coming out. But yeah, so again, you know, the Shining Blade is kind of being shown as the bad guys, but they're really not the bad guys. They're the good guys, and blah blah blah. It's like a whole thing, you know, whatever. So, you know, it's just kind of like it is what it is. That's how the story goes, and we're gonna we'll do all that story later. So I want to go down here. This is where the shitty part comes in. This is where you have to start like venturing around and trying to figure out your path, because you can't just like jump across something or run across something. So it's like I have to like choose the correct path to go, and I think I know where I need to go. We should be able to just pretty much move through here. So I hope you guys kind of enjoyed that. There's a few more things that I want to show. We're gonna talk about Kessex Hills. We're gonna show off Temple of the Ages. We're gonna do some Talmark Wilderness, which there isn't much to really show there. I do want to show Claypool. There's something important there. And then Kessex Peaks, Kessex Peak, we're gonna do that. So we're gonna move into the Cursed Lands. I actually have to go through there. I didn't realize that. We're gonna go in there. Great, we have Peacekeepers, so I actually have to fight again. Oh, so annoying. Warren Kryta bullshit. So I hope you guys kind of learned something. You know, that's kind of the point. I want to show people like some really cool things. I hope you guys enjoyed some of that stuff so far. We're gonna do probably another maybe an hour and a half or so, I want to say. I don't know, depends on how fast I can get through this. We don't have any more missions to do, so thank God for that. No more cinematics and stuff like that. So but we're kind of moving. So I'm kind of moving south from Beetleton, and we're gonna be moving to the next important thing is gonna be the God's Lost Swamp. Oh my god, look at all the Peacekeepers. What in the fucking hell is happening? This is like a fucking army of them. Are you shitting me? Whoa, why is there so many of them? Oh my good god. Alright, I'm gonna have to actually fight right now. We do have some Shining Blade recruits that are helping us fight the White Mantle right now. I should be okay. But again, I don't. Okay. Look at all those red names. Jeez. Alright, I just want to point out, because I'm seeing the conversation in Guild Wars 2. I don't know if you guys are reading that. And I will die on this fucking hill, too. I think that ArenaNet abandoned Fractals as well. Okay, we haven't seen anything new for Fractals, like a new Fractal, in years. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's abandoned content as well. Not to start a fight with anyone, but my opinion is that they have abandoned that content as well. Look at that fog. That looks really cool, doesn't it? Oh my god, I cannot believe this. And I have to fight my way through here because this is the way I need to go. Because I think this path leads to a dead end, if I remember correctly. Maybe it's this path that leads to a dead end. Oh my god, look at those guys. This is the War in Kryta. This is like one of the latest, like last releases for Guild Wars 1 that they made. Like, this is like right around the time that Guild Wars 2 was like doing its big like press things, right? And like alpha was happening, and like people were playing like Guild Wars 2 already pretty much, like, you know, in like conventions and stuff like that. Like, this is when this content was coming out, so really fun stuff. Confessor's Orders. You can collect those. Actually, I want to keep those, because there might be something with the, this is the new Confessor, Isaiah. Oh, I do want to look at, there was, okay, no. Actually, let me go back real quick. Let's have them fight, because I don't know exactly. Do I need to go this way or this way? I don't know. Oh, I made a mistake, guys. I'm missing something. I hate Kryta sometimes. It's really bad. Can I? Oh my god, there's so many enemies. Okay, let's just go here. I'm kind of wasting everyone's time. I'm sorry. We get to see a little bit of the fight of War in Kryta. Yay, awesome. Woohoo. We're back in, this is the seaboard. Again, this is not accessible, but there's more watchtowers here. There's actually watchtowers to the south, which is really cool to think about as well. They're not just to the north, but they're also to the south. Alright, let's go out this way. Because I want to show you guys. There's one outpost that I forgot, and I don't have it unlocked. It's the, I want to say it's right there. I do want to go there and show you guys before we go to the oh, Shadow is here. Shadow and Carlotta. I don't know if we see, is Shadow someone that we get to see in Guild Wars 2? She's a Shining Blade member. Alright, how do I get there? I don't know. I have to figure it out on my own, I guess. Yeah, because I gotta go back up to Nebo Terrace. Which I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I have to like walk all the way around. I don't know if I have to fight these guys again on the way to the settlement. I hope I don't have to, so. I hope I don't have to do that. I'm gonna take a short break. I took a restroom break. Let me take a short break. I'm gonna try to hopefully maybe move with my characters. I'm gonna kill this guy. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back, guys. So if you guys want to get a coffee or whatever, coffee, it's coffee. I mean, if you get a coffee at this time, you live a brave life, I tell you. Nice. I also had to start. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we moving? Stop it. Stop it. Stop. I had to start laundry as well. Or for tonight, whatever. Anyways, so here we are. Yeah, we lived. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to take the long way around. It kind of sucks. This is the part of credit that I really, really, really hate. But I do want to show off this one thing, and then I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna skip over the Cursed Lands. I'm not gonna walk there, because we don't have to. I'm just gonna go to the, I'm gonna go to this outpost that I'm looking for down here, and I'm gonna just move us to the, Temple of the Ages. I don't know why I was being so complicated with all of that. That's kind of silly of me to do that. Okay, we don't have to fight these guys. So they only pop up sometimes. Maybe they only pop up one time. I'm not sure. But yeah, so... Yeah, because it's just kind of really silly. Why is it lagging so bad? I mean, I'm doing like... You know, I'm connected to 2 different games online as well as like streaming. So... There we go. So... We're back here at Nebo Terrace. The Nebo Terrace. And we're actually moving through this faster than I thought we would. Controversial opinion. Saw a controversial opinion on Guild Wars 2 on the Twitter. Someone tweeted something. Not really, I mean, controversial, but it was kind of like, ooh, they're gonna start a fight. I'm just kidding. Alright, so we're gonna go back through that village that we had earlier. I don't know why I didn't complete that. There's something on the very bottom here that I'm trying to get to. There's a little outpost that I talk about sometimes. It's something that I like. It's really cool to me that it's somewhat incorporated in Guild Wars 2, but like not really, like unbeknownst, I want to say, for people. Unbeknownst to people. Isn't that the right terminology? Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, we gotta move across this. We don't have any War and Kryta stuff because I think we've already triggered it. So I think that only triggers like once for a character when you do that or something, or maybe only once in a while or something. But yeah, we have a bunch of Tengu here, and they're like level 13, so we should be fine. Yeah, so so the next part will be this outpost down here, Temple of the Ages, Talmark Wilderness, which I actually have to walk to because I'm trying to show you guys something way down here on that tip. Isn't it down there? Yes, it's way down there. Correct. It's way down there. And then maybe we'll move into... That's not really part of Kryta, though. Well... It is. I'll probably do this southern part as well. So we're kind of like doing this part right here, guys. So we're doing pretty much all of this still. So that's going to be actually a little bit longer than I thought it would be. So, but that's okay. I will be, for those of you that are missing the rest of that, I will be uploading the stream to YouTube. So hi, YouTube. Hi. Say hi, YouTube. People have been watching some of those. So it's nice that people are interested in seeing some of that. It's surprising to me because, I don't know. I just had a conversation with my sister about that where I was just like, I don't know. I kind of have the impression that people don't care too much about Guild Wars lore anymore that much. And I had this whole like inner monologue the other day about the different eras of Guild Wars 2, and it's really cool to actually like look at it, right? The different eras of Guild Wars 2, because you have the original people that moved from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2, and obviously they were hugely interested in lore because they wanted to see what moved over, what had changed, right? They had this huge interest. And then you have the second, and then that era kind of died out. A lot of people got burned out really quickly, even during season 1. You get a lot of people now that they haven't been online in 9 years. Usually a lot of them will say it's been 9 years. It's been 9 years. They were there for 1 year for the first year, and that kind of died off. And then we got with season 1 kind of was just like all over the place with people, I feel like. And then going into season 2 and like the first expansion, that was when the second era happened of Guild Wars 2. That's when the people started coming in, you know, the raids were introduced, like actual end game was being introduced, and that's when people started coming in. And those people at first didn't care about the lore, but then once they really the story was going, they started caring about the lore a lot more, and that ended in like season 4. I want to say season 4 going into like Icebreath Saga. That kind of like that's when it kind of like started slowing down, and then now we're getting the third era after Icebreath Saga, because like Icebreath Saga was just like this lull of like, these are remaining people, we're not getting any new people, like there was a lot of shit wrong with Icebreath Saga. And then now with End of Dragons and with the Steam launch and stuff, we're getting like a new era of people. So it'll be interesting to see how interested people are in the lore, like the new wave of people coming from the Steam launch and the word of mouth and all that stuff, right? Okay, so we're at a really cool place. We have the I guess in English you would call it Bergen Hot Springs. It's just this like one little place. You can't actually go into the hot springs. They kind of have Steve coming out. Steve Steve is coming right out in the middle there. He's like, hey guys, what's up? No, Steam with an M, okay? Coming right out of the middle. And that's like hot spring. I don't think there's another hot spring. No, I think that's it. That's literally, and we get these like weird, I don't know what these are. These are like, are they Dolyak? I don't know. They're like, they just stand there. They don't even like move. It's very kind of creepy, but yeah, so these are the hot springs. People come here on like vacation, I guess. You can talk to some of the characters, some of the people here, and they will be like, oh yeah, people come here for like vacation or whatever, right? They come here to hang out or whatever, relax in the thing. So it's really weird because that particular outpost is like not accessible really in Guild Wars 2, but what is accessible is the swampland. So the Bergen Hot Springs, or because I'm from Germany, and Bergen is actually a word. It's like, it means mountains, okay? So not that there's mountains around, but it's like a pretty much a hilly area. So I don't know if it's named after, like, you know, you find hot springs in a lot of mountains, right? So I don't know if it's necessarily named after that. But you have the Lauen ponds here, right? And the Bergen Hot Springs are actually down here. This is exactly where it is. It's not here. It's here. It's like to the yeah, it's actually not even where I'm. Yeah, it's right here. Right here is where it is. Okay, is the outpost. But that's really the only water that's around. Because again, you have the river that runs through here again, and that's kind of like we can see that here. That's probably that river right there that's flowing here in Guild Wars. Once Zaitan rises, that river gets expanded and runs further. But the only water, the only lake that you find around is the water that they use for the farming up there, and then the hot springs. So my belief is always, after the flooding of Zaitan, the hot springs became the Lauen ponds. Like, that's my headcanon. They like kind of like the water like cooled down or whatever and got mixed with like the ocean water and with the river that runs through it, because the river is like, you know, they're not connected, right? But they're really close to each other. So maybe underneath, like underground, they're like have like a connecting water system or something, like a tunnel system. And yeah, and that's what my belief is always. Like, it's been always my headcanon that is what the hot springs are. But it's such a random outpost. There's like a couple of quests that bring you here, and you can like kind of like, you know, White Mantle. They talk about White Mantle and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's kind of weird, right, to think that there's like hot springs. Once upon a time there were hot springs out of here. So that's kind of, I want to show you guys that. Yeah, and then we move. Yeah, so I'm gonna teleport myself right to the Temple of the Ages because I don't even give a shit. So this is a really cool place. I don't know, we might see some people here. No, there's no people. Yeah, okay, there's really no people here. But Yeah, this is the temple. You would go here in Guild Wars 1 to go to like the underworld, right? And this was like a big meeting place for people that wanted to go to the underworld, right? So no, I don't necessarily know. I don't really need to get kick mode. I'm gonna do Xandra. No, I don't want Xandra. I want... And... let's take her. So we kind of... yeah, we should be okay on that. Because he does have some healing as well. Okay. Yeah, I just want to be prepared. But we can have 8 people. That's the highest count that you can do. Except for the special missions. But we won't talk about that. But yeah, so we're here at the God Lost Swamp. Okay. And... we were like to the north. We were actually like over there. You can't look. We walked down there. That's where you got to Divinity's Coast. That's where the Watchtower Coast is, like to the north and stuff. And then you have the swamp, as you guys can see on the map here. This dark green right there. It's this massive swamp right here. Okay, it's huge. And in Guild Wars 2, that's kind of the same thing, because you have the Temple of the Aegis right here, and you have a huge swamp to the side of that, right? But the swamp has kind of overtaken the temple, but you can still find the statues and stuff, right? So we kind of look here and we see like, oh, there's Dwayna's statue. Let's look for Dwayna's statue. Dwayna's statue is on the far other side. Of course, I had to pick the one that's on the way other side. So Dwayna's statue is over here, and there's also a character that what is happening? Why is Dwayna's statue not... oh, it's destroyed. I didn't even realize that. So hers is destroyed. At some point they rebuild it, I guess. I don't know what's going on with those trees that keep disappearing. There's also Salma. So Salma hides out here, okay? She is... now remember, we talked about this. The king has fled because of... oh my god, now I gotta deal with this shit. Oh, and like, underwater sucks as a fucking... so Temple of the Ages. We have Cormia. Cormia hasn't, at this point, when we are in Guild Wars 1, Cormia is not a goddess yet. So there's no statue of Cormia here. But it's weird, right? Because we see Grenth, we see Melandru up top. That's the one that's marked with the POI. That's Melandru. So Melandru being right over there, right? That's the same statue right there up on the hill, right there. And then we have Grenth to the right of that, which is not quite correct, right? Because it's actually Melandru's here, to the right is Grenth. Here it's to the left. There's Grenth right here. And then Dwayna further to the left. So these are swapped. These kind of swap places because yes, Dwayna is further to the left here. And then further to the left, you would have Lissa. And then what's going on here? Lissa isn't there, but there's a statue of Cormir. So somehow at some point they removed the statue of Cormir and or of Lissa, I mean, and put a statue of Cormia there. So because we don't see like a destroyed Lissa statue. So the arrangement is quite like different, I want to say, of the statues, but they're still here. Maybe they got moved around when the whole thing got flooded by Zaitan and they kind of like swirled around when the water like receded and stuff. So maybe that's why they were positioned differently. But yeah, so those are the actual statues. You can kind of see them and you know, look at them. And there's Lissa. We've kind of seen some of them as well. Balthazar and Grenth being pretty close to each other, the way that they're like, that they look, but those are the old statues, right? So it's really cool to look at those and see that. We don't see a Balthazar statue, so fuck them anyways, right? But yeah, so the swamp has taken over. As you guys can see, there's swamp everywhere. All the like dark green on the map, that's all like swamp. Hold on, I'm trying to kill this guy again. I'm gonna get on a mount just because all the wonderful things he does. Okay, let's venture because we have a lot of ways to go. So, and this is of course like swampy as fuck. There's like swamp shit everywhere. Okay, Temple of the Ages. We have Reed Stalkers, which are like these like weird planty enemies that are like made out of reed, right? Isn't that reed? Isn't that like a boggy, planty? Isn't that what that is? Reed? I don't know. I don't know the English language. A tall, slender grass that grows in wet areas. That's what reeds are, or what reed is, I guess. So that's kind of what they're built after. And we have the swamp here. We're not going to the swamp. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going kind of around. I'm trying to avoid the swamp. We're gonna go right to the where that portal is, and we're going into the Talmar Wilderness. I'm gonna show you guys. Actually, no. You know what? Let's do the Keswick's Peak thing first. Let's do the Keswick's Peak thing first, because there's a lot more to show down here than there is at the Keswick's Peak. So let's go south. Let's go that way. Through the swamp. As you guys can see, I'm poisoned again. Walking through the swamp will poison you. But yeah, so that's kind of the Temple of the Ages, and then yeah, we can kind of see swamps is a little bit different. I think they did a better job in Guild Wars 1 with the swamps, because here in Guild Wars 2, like, yeah, they make it look irky and muddy and whatever, but you don't even get, like, slowed down. Like, I'm not saying we should get poisoned every time, but, like, it's not even dangerous to walk through there. It doesn't slow you down or anything. I wish it would do that, because that's kind of like what a swamp is. Swamp isn't just water. Like, I feel like it should be, like, it's like muddy water, right? That's kind of like what a swamp is. Like, I'm thinking of, like, you know, the Never-Ending Story. Like, when you think of the Never-Ending Story, you know, how like, Artax, like, sinks in the swamp, you know? And he's like, come on, you're thinking, right? It's just like, everyone's crying, you know? And that's what I imagine, like, a swamp to be like. And Guild Wars 1 kind of gives you that feel. Like, yes, you don't slow down, but you do get poisoned, right? Which kind of gives you, like, this, ooh, dangerous, you don't want to go in there. You like, ooh, you know? In Guild Wars 2, it just feels like it's not deep water. It's not deep green water. And it's just like, okay. So I wish there was some kind of effect they would give you. Not necessarily like a slowdown effect. What is this? Winnowing? I have Alari Double Blade. So Alari Double Blade, actually, for those of you, so she's part of the where is she? Right here, Alari Double Blade. Yeah, so right here you kind of see her. She's an NPC that takes place. She's a Shining Blade NPC that takes place in she takes part, not place. She takes part in the Civil War. In Guild Wars 2, we actually, funnily enough, again, this is someone that we can see. Hey, I've been looking for a while. I need to get this off my chest. I dream of being one of my favorite songs. Okay, well, I'm glad that you know, that's what we're here for. Whatever is on your mind, you need to talk about, it's totally fine. You know, we all have different dreams, things that we want to accomplish in our lives, or it's fine. If that's what you want to be, you can. And I appreciate the follow, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. I have no real advice as to how to really accomplish that goal, but I wish you the best of luck in accomplishing it. So, but yeah, thank you so much for coming by and following and hanging out and watching and lurking and all that stuff. I tend to talk a lot and not pay attention to what other people say because I'm a narcissistic asshole. I try not to be. I love all of you guys, and I love you guys that are watching. But my thing is, I'm so used to my streams being really quiet and not a lot of people saying anything, so I'm just like, me. But I'm glad I saw that. So thank you so much for coming by. I'm not gonna even try to pronounce that name, because it's Tibby, 5 times? Is that 5 times? I can't count. I can't see. So Tibby. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Kind words. It's always nice to know when there's people that like give kind words. Not saying that people are assholes to me, but it's nice when you get reassurance. You know, when people are like, "Great job," I'm like, "Okay, yay!" I totally lost my train of thought. Went like into a wall. Oh well, thank you so much for cheering as well. Thank you. I may refer to you as your dirty dryer sheet. I will not refer to you as my dirty dryer sheet, but just out of principle, I don't want to do that. But yes, thank you. Thank you for the cheer. I really, really appreciate that. That's funny nonetheless. You know, that's the other stream. You know what I mean? That's like O'Reilly After Dark. That's when we do that. Okay, you come back for that. Just kidding. I would never. But yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. It's very, very nice. I appreciate that. So Alari Double Blade. Hello, is that your name? Double Blade. Yes, it is your name. I kind of lost that whole thing, but she's actually a spirit that you can find in Tibby sub only stream. I'm not gonna do that. I have 2 subscribers. It would be a very lonely stream. Oh, is she here? Wait a minute, is Alari right here? Is she here right now? Oh no. Okay, no, that's not it. No, I don't think she's here. Is she here? No, I don't think she's here. Yeah, that's the Whispers Ancient. So there's a, do you actually, I want to say that she's the one that you follow through this forest here. She's one of the spirits here that you have to like follow around or something like that. That's Alari Double Blade, who's like a member of the, I have 20 things going on right now in my mind where I'm like, did I finish that thought earlier? I don't know if I did. But yeah, so that's Alari. Just, I wanted to finish that off. So she ventures somewhere around in Bloodstone Fen. If you guys want to, if you ever see her, just remember she's someone that took place in the Kryta Civil War. And she's here. She can join you. And she has 2 blades. Surprise, surprise. And here she, you know, there she is. You guys see her in action. Doing her thing. Tibby, are you like, are you a Guild Wars 2 player, or are you just hanging out randomly? Because I know some people are just like random. I'm just curious. No specific reason. I'm just curious to see. Because I do get some people that come in and they're like, I have no idea about this game, but I'm just here to watch you. And I'm like, it's really kind. That's really, really kind. But we're moving to what's called Keswick's Hill or Peak. Ooh, there's an enemy right below me. Look at this. This motherfucker is after me. He wants me. He's right underneath my butthole. That's not a good place to be. Shouldn't say it like that, but you know what I mean. But yeah, sub-only stream would be really sad, because I only have 2 subs. I have Chicken and Emily, who are pretty much the only 2 people that talk most of the time anyways. And Chicken is in bed right now, so hopefully he never gets any rest. He always does. He never sleeps. I feel like that man never sleeps. Great, we have War in Kryta going on, so that means it's gonna take us 20 years to get to where I need to go. Awesome. I hope you guys are enjoying this journey through Keswick's Peak. So this is Keswick's Peak. There's nothing, I don't think there's anything in particular where we're gonna be like, ooh, Keswick's Hills. Ooh, that's something, right? Ooh, we could look at something there. I don't think there's anything, guys. I don't think, I just kind of went to the map. Let me just double check and make sure that I'm not talking out of my ass here. Interestingly enough, Keswick's Peak, which is just this area right here, is actually just for reference, guys. It's actually just like right here. It's actually just right here. That's it. So Keswick's Hills being this massive area out here and out there, like that wasn't part of any of that. So. Alright, so we're moving in. We're moving in. I'm hungry, guys. I'm starving right now. I'm gonna eat a bag of chips after the stream. There's only a few more things I want to show you guys. So we're gonna move there. We're gonna move up there. I think I'm gonna leave this stuff for later. I think I'm gonna do that in a later stream. I think I'm gonna include that when I do this area down here. Time is that? Yeah, because by the time we're done, it's gonna be like 1. And I'll have been live for 4 hours. That's only 4 hours, but whatever. Whatever. We'll have plenty. You know, I don't want this. I don't want all this stuff to run out. We're gonna do comparison streams, and then one day this is gonna be done, guys. And then I'm like, what do I stream now? I don't know. Oh, I'm dying really fast right now. Oh, my teammates are keeping me alive, though. Holy shit. That was fantastic. Fantastically done, guys. Good job. Alright. Moving across, yeah. I hope they kind of stop with all the fucking peacekeepers and shit. It's so annoying. I want to go for the divine one back there. Oh, he already dead. Oh, he already dead. Rubber banding. We're banding together. I have no food here. Like I was thinking, like, what am I gonna eat? Oh, I might eat cereal too. I don't know. I'm fat, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Eat all of the worst things. Well, I did have Chinese food today, and then I got a flatbread. Like a, it's not. They call it a flatbread, but it's more like a, it's more like a. It's more like a chicken quesadilla almost. No, not really, because that's like pesto in it and stuff. It's like a flatbread, but it's like in your hand. You eat it in your hand. You don't like cut it up. Ancient oak hearts, and we got some forest minister. My God, there's so many of these. Holy crap! All right, they're all gonna die. Boop! Look at that, dead. Oh, we got another group. Oh, we got fen trolls. Look at these guys. These are funny looking. Funny looking with the big teeth. Stop it! Stop it! Attack me! I want to look at your model. Look at this guy. That looks funky. Ah! He's like, ah, I'm dead. Okay, bye. We're leaving. Alright, the forest minotaurs are moving up. There's something very, very important that I'm trying to show you guys. Spined aloe. Again, pretty plain. Like, looking at the landscape, there's not a lot going on here. That's why I'm like, there's not a lot you can see. Again, it doesn't really line up with anything. Look, guys, look what it is. You can see it in the distance. So, it has moved, because originally, it was over here. Okay, originally, when you look, that is the tower right there. That is the wizard's tower, the floating castle right there, okay? That is, the Dominion of Winds is this island right here, right? In Guild Wars 2, we know the Dominion of Winds is this island, which is Sanctum K, which is this island right here, okay? Now, the north of that, northwest of that is where the tower is. Well, in Guild Wars 2, it's moved. It's moved from right here to right there. We don't quite know why or how or, you know, what. Like, we don't, you know, we know about, I talked about this. You guys can look at Chicken Stream from, like, a few weeks ago. But we talked about the, like, you know, we talked about all the stuff with the wizard. Was it on Chicken Stream? Maybe it was on Chicken Stream. I don't remember. But you know, we talked about the wizard that's in the tower there, in the wizard's tower and stuff. He's in control. Like, did he move it? We don't really know, right? We don't really know. Obviously, the tower looks way different as well. So this is what it looks like in Guild Wars 2. Great, and I got literally the worst perspective ever because I fell. There we go. That's fine. Look at that. And then this is what it looks like in Guild Wars 1. So it looks different. It's supposed to be the same tower, but they kind of like make it look different. I'm trying to get to like the top, but as you guys can see, there's Eyes of Verada here. Remember how I talked about the Order? Remember how I talked I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, how we talked about in Ascalon, right? In Precinct Ascalon, there was the Order, and there were these necromancers that were part of the Order, and they were kind of like, they were there to safekeep like the necromantic like laws of nature and stuff. That's kind of what they were there for. And Verada is actually a member of the Order as far as I remember, and he actually betrays the Order and he becomes evil. And you can kind of come up here and you can kill him. I don't know if is he in there? Shepherd of Verada? Liam Shing Louis. Do we see Verada? I think you need to have the quest. I don't have the quest. Trying to get to the tower, but there's just like 300 enemies around, so it's gonna take me a minute to get there, guys. Give me a second. Give me a small sec. Okay. There's like bosses everywhere. Samira Dulnarim? Samira Dulnarim. But they're all like, oh, they're level 24. Whoa, they're strong guys. Okay, we gotta be careful here. I didn't realize they were that strong. Well, we're doing okay. We have a leather belt that falls. We're doing okay. We're fine. Kill that sage. Yeah, let's kill this guy. He's a healer. We don't want him to heal anyone. So we're just gonna... Yeah, look at that. Whoa, we fucked him up. Oh, there is Verada right there. You see Verada? There he is. That's him. He's the bad guy. But yeah, so that's the tower. While they're fighting, while they're doing all of that, I'm gonna do the tower. So there's the tower. It is attached with chain, or not chains, but like ropes. But it does move, right? Like I said, so it moves from here to like, to whereabouts does it move? Cause it's perfectly south of, yeah, to like, I mean, to like somewhere on the other side of saying this. So like over here. Again, we didn't see that, but like in this corner over here, kind of is where it moves, right? But that's the Wizard's Tower, guys. I wanted to show you guys the Wizard's Tower in Guild Wars 1. It looks way different, right? When you look at this versus like this, like that's different. That's a whole different thing there. So, you know, we can do kind of like get it to where I can have the whatever. But yeah, you guys can kind of see it. So I think it looks better in Guild Wars 2, I want to say. There's like more going on. You know, this kind of shows like there's no entrance, there's no doors, there's no nothing here. So it's kind of like, what the fuck, right? And it's kind of like, what the fuck ever, right? So, but yeah, I want to show you guys that. What do you mean it's too large? Temple of the Ages? How is my party too large? It's not. It's the same size. So. Okay, so we're gonna now go into the Talmark Wilderness. So I didn't really care to finish that fight over there, but yeah. So there you go. Kind of okay. We got some recruits coming for some stuff, and that's the tower. So it's changed a lot. Maybe again, the wizard. Was it Eisen? What is his name? Eisengarf. It's not Isengard. Isengard is from Lord of the Rings, which I recently I've watched a video on Lord of the Rings. That's why it's like stuck in my head. Ironhof or Ehrenhof or Eisenhof. It's something like that. I can just look it up. I don't know why the fuck I'm like. Then there's also, remember, we talked about a second tower, which was in pre-Searing Ascalon. Remember that? Pre-Searing Ascalon, like way over here, where we went south of Ashford, and we went up into the mountains, and there was the Wizard's Folly, the area called Wizard's Folly, which had this like big tower in the mountains, and we kind of looked at that. And I do want to state that for the wiki page for the tower that we're seeing right here in Guild Wars 2 on the Guild Wars 2 wiki, it does say, despite its similarities with the Wizard's Folly Tower in Ascalon, narrative designer Jeff Grubb has stated that there's no relation between the two towers. The interview also teases that the Wizard's Tower may have relocated to both be at a safe distance from populated areas while experimenting with particularly powerful energies, and to move away from once something has gone horribly wrong. Okay? To move away once something has gone horribly wrong. So again, over the years, ArenaNet has teased what's going on with this tower for so many times. They've talked about what's going on. There were so many things. Narrative designer Peter Fries, who, remember, he was the guy that was fired I don't know if he's back now or whatever, but during the whole Jessica, what was her face, when that whole thing was going on, I think he was one of the collateral damages as well. One of the guys that ended up getting fired, sadly, because he was a really cool guy. But he said that the Wizard's Tower has he joked that the Wizard's Tower has a shocking and terrible secret. But again, they joke about it. They have this joke where they even say on stream, they will say this, they've said this multiple times, where they will say, oh, the Wizard's Tower, oh, we can't talk about the Wizard's Tower. Stop talking about the Wizard's Tower. I think it's just an internal joke where they have no fucking idea what they want to do with the Wizard's Tower, but because people are expecting it, and people are expecting this to be a huge thing, but they don't have anything prepared, they're just making like this internal joke out of it, I want to say. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from it. And again, you guys can kind of, specifically the ones that are on YouTube, you know, if you guys want to leave a comment and like let me know if there's like any more information that they have, because I know there've been like multiple streams where they have talked about some of the stuff over the years. There's been like more stuff that's come out over the years. I'm gonna go to this side over here because I know this path, I don't know the other path, so I'm gonna kind of go over here. But yeah, so the Wizard's Tower, let's read about the Wizard's Tower for a second, because we're looking at it. We just looked at it in Guild Wars 1. Let's learn a little bit about the lore. The Wizard's Tower is a floating structure that once resided off Keswick's Peak during Guild Wars at the central southern edge of modern Keswick's Hills, where it was targeted by individuals such as Galrath for the secrets it supposedly held within it in 1772, or 1072. I'm sorry, I misread that. Because I was like 17? No, we're not even in so apparently, so there was a wizard or a person, an individual called Galrath. There's like a quest that you can do. It's a very tough quest to come out there. He tries to go to the tower. This is during Guild Wars 1. This is actually a quest that you can accept right as you go into Lion's Arch. You can actually accept that quest. It's a really tough quest, but it does give you like really good experience points. To find out like what's going on, right? And like what's going on with this tower. And you just kind of defeat Galrath, and the quest kind of goes with like, oh, thank God you stopped him. Who knows what horrible things would have happened if you hadn't stopped him. And that's it. And it's just kind of like, okay, that's it, right? And then, like I said, Verada also comes over there as well. It says the cult of the rogue necromancer Verada was also found near the tower after the searing, although it is unknown if Verada and his cult sought the secrets of the tower as well. So again, we kind of defeated Verada and his cult there. You know, they were there and stuff like that. We defeated Verada and stuff like that. But again, we don't know if they're here, what they're here for. So it's just kind of like, are they here for the secrets of the tower? Like, what's going on? We don't know. So in Guild Wars 2, the tower has been relocated by its potentially new owner, Isgaren, that was the guy's name, to the southeastern edge of Keswick's Hills, where it presently looms over the town of Garenhof. The tower was once rumored to house magical tomes and artifacts. And there was a long thing about that. You know, you guys can watch, there's a series that I made on YouTube. It was called what was it called? It was like the something lore mystery bits series or something. There was a video of, I want to say nine like 2-minute videos that I made, where I just kind of like, I wanted to kind of spark discussion with the community and kind of be like, okay, think about this, think about this, tell me about this, tell me what's going on there, blah blah blah, all this stuff, right? And that was one of them, where I was like, you know, the Wizard's Tower, you know, what's going on with the mystery of the tower. And I just kind of, you know, you guys can watch that video again. It's over on YouTube. But yeah, so that's all we pretty much know. There's a really cool concept art that in my opinion, kind of combines the look of the Guild Wars 1 tower with the Guild Wars 2 tower. That concept art, you can just look on the Wizard's Tower concept art. It's really, really cool. But yeah, it looks a little bit different than it did in Guild Wars 1, so that's kind of the thing there. But yeah, so where are we now? Where are we? Oh, there's an enemy elemental. Why is this happening? So where am I taking us now? Well, so I talk about the war in Kryta. Okay, so what happens when you come here before you do the war in Kryta, and I didn't talk about Selma, and I'll talk about Selma in a minute as well. So there's two different periods of time that you can see Kryta in Guild Wars 1, okay? So there's one part where you first arrive with the Ascalon settlements and you learn about the White Mantle, and they introduce you to, oh, the Shining Blade and Shining Blade are evil, and you go through most of the mainland Kryta, only to go into Maguma Jungle and find out that, hey, the Shining Blade isn't the bad guys. And then you kind of loop back around, you go down here, and this is where you fight the White Mantle, and you flee Kryta, actually, from Sanctum K, and you go to the desert, which we will be doing all of that. But, so that's kind of like the story. But, so the first era that we get, the first time period, is before the Civil War even starts. And we looked at the Temple of the Ages, and you saw Selma there. And Selma is, remember, the king ran, and I kind of started that thought earlier, and I'd never finished it, and that was one of the things that I talked about. The king, the original king, during the attack of the Char, he flees, and he's the father of Selma. Okay, and he flees the country, he runs away, and Selma remains, and she hides out in the Temple of the Ages, which is like, the White Mantle doesn't have access. There's a couple times where you can see an interaction between the White Mantle and the head priest of the Temple of the Ages, and literally the White Mantle is like, we know you're keeping like refugees in there, like you're keeping people like the Shining Blade and stuff in there, like you're keeping these people in there, we want to go in there. And the head priest is kind of like, you don't have any authority because your gods mean nothing to me, and your authority means nothing because this is the temple of the 5 human gods, and they're the only authority, and you have no authority to come in here. So Selma hides out there until the Civil War starts. That's when the Shining Blade starts gaining recruits, and they're starting to recruit people. Now, when you come through the Tarmac Wilderness the first time around, this is all empty. This is a little village. This is actually like, you will see when you come through here, all the trees are kind of like chopped off, and it's just kind of this house that stands there, and you have some, I think, some collectors and stuff. Here we have White Man or Shining Blade talking to you. There's Livia. For those of you that don't know, Livia is actually my party right now. She's actually called the Shining Blade Necromancer because there's actually a live Livia up in the tent up there, and we'll talk about those characters up there in a second as well. But yeah, so then when this war, so the second time around you come to Kryta is during the Civil War. That's when you kind of come back to Kryta, and Selma has now moved from the Temple of the Ages to the Talmark Wilderness, and they have established an outpost here, and she has officially kind of come out and said, I'm the princess, and I want to take over Kryta because the White Mantle are bad guys, and we shouldn't be living under under the people. So they come here, and this is the big camp. They're way out in the wilderness. As you guys saw, there wasn't any peacekeepers out this far because they're searching all of Kryta for the Shining Blade outpost, but they can't find it. And they go as far as the Temple of the Ages, and that's kind of where it stops. We were in the Black Curtain. There was a ton of them out there because they're patrolling the area. They're looking for the Shining Blade, but they're not going all the way out because they're not all the way in the wilderness. No, they are. They're hiding out way, way, way out in the wilderness, way away from civilization. There's like nothing out here. There's no outpost. There's Fisherman's Haven, which we'll see next stream. We'll kind of go down here, and I'll show you guys some stuff down here, but there's nothing out here. It's the wilderness. So that's where they're hiding out. This is where they're making the camp, and this is where we're gonna get introduced to a lot of the Shining Blade people. We get introduced to Selma, and we get some diplomatic talks, right? Remember, Shining Blade, the Shining Blade is a legendary you can make in Guild Wars 2, right? It's the Generation 2 legendary weapon that you can wield, and the legendary sword that you can wield, and you see it during Season 3 when you deal with the Shining Blade. You go to the Shining Blade outpost in Divinity's Reach and stuff, and when you make it, what comes on the bottom? Well, it's the actual, this is the emblem of the Shining Blade, right? And you don't actually get to see a Shining Blade. Like, they don't actually show a Shining Blade. It's really cool though. So this is the Kutu village, which eventually becomes Claypool. Okay, Claypool is this outpost right here actually becomes this town of Claypool. Okay, this is where they train soldiers and stuff right now in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, this little outpost right here, which was the original outpost of the Shining Blade, becomes the town of Claypool, which is really cool because it's not something that you ever think about. You know, you don't think about like what used to be there, what had been there before. Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Forget what I said. I'm wrong. That's why I double check. I always double check. No, it's actually this camp right here. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize. I fed you wrong information. God, bad streamer. Just kidding. I would never do that. That's really stupid. No, so actually, as you guys can see, Claypool didn't even exist. Claypool wasn't even anything. Like, this is all the wilderness, okay? This is all the wilderness that we kind of walk through. There's nothing there. And then you, interestingly enough, again, this fort is named Fort Selma. Whoa. Okay, I've never done that. That was like pro moves. Did you see that? Oh, I can use this catapult? What in the hell? Choo! Alright, cool. I didn't know you could actually do that. That's fucking awesome. Alright, there you go. I just learned something. Wow, really? That's really cool. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that, but Dukutu Village is actually this outpost right here, guys. This is Dukutu Village. Okay, I was wrong. This is Wall Watcher Camp. This outpost right here, okay? Forget everything I said earlier. This outpost right here actually becomes this tiny little spot right here. This is where Dukutu Village is, okay? And weird enough, like the fort right next to it is called Fort Selma, probably because that is where the Shining Blade outpost was, and that's where, you know, Princess Selma is operating from, right? The Shining Blade, like she's leading the Shining Blade. You can have this outfit, by the way. That's an outfit you can buy. It's a really cool outfit. I really like it. It's very simple, but it looks really cool. And Snakebite is over here as well. I forgot about Snakebite. There's Gareth. There's Saphir. Shelby, Brayden. These are all characters that you, there's Shadow and Carlotta. Remember, she followed us for a little bit. Deeproot, Counselor Valor, Bartholos. Oh, there's Alari, guys. There's Alari. She followed us earlier. So there's Alari Double Blade. And, yeah, so that's kind of the camp, and that's the Kudu Village. And, of course, they named the fort after Fort Selma because that's the original camp right here, and then, you know, the fort that they established is right there. So they name it after Selma. And who is Selma? Well, Selma, again, is the ancestor of Princess Jenna, or Princess Jenna. It's Princess Selma and Queen Jenna. So Queen Jenna's ancestor is Princess Selma. And we do have in Guild Wars 2 Selma's district, right, which is like their home, the home district. That's named, again, after this. You know, you talk to her, you help her in the Civil War rise to power. That's Princess Selma. So she's a very important character. That's why there's a lot of stuff named after her, right? She's like the original royalty that stayed behind, and she took Kryta back from the grasp from the oppressors that are the White Mantle, right? So that's kind of yeah, and that's out in the Talmark Wilderness. And yeah, that's we're right at 1 a.m. guys. I'm probably gonna call it quits here, call it done with Kryta. So this is Kryta. For the next stream, we're gonna do all of the Muguma Jungle. We're gonna talk about Bloodstone Fen. We're gonna talk about the Falls. We're gonna talk about Ventari's Refuge. We're gonna talk about Dry Top. What? Dry Top? Whoa! We're gonna talk about this river over here, Tangled Root. There's a couple more things. There's the Henge of Denravi, guys. Henge of Denravi. The Wiles. Majesty's Rest is not something we can actually talk about, which is sad. But Majesty's Rest is like the perfect transition between one thing. We might actually go there. There's something interesting in Majesty's Rest. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm going to do that at the end here of the stream because I don't really want to have to walk all the way over there from here. So let's just kind of, I want to show you like the one half of Majesty's Rest because there's a very interesting thing, and I don't know if this, it doesn't really align, but it's something that I'd like to point out nonetheless. Okay, so we're going to do this at the end here. This is going to take not very long, so again, I will be uploading. If you guys have missed this, if you guys want to see more, I have a whole set. I have a playlist. Whoa, look at that. That's great. That's like right on the screen. I have a whole playlist over on YouTube. I've done all of Cantha. We've done all of Cantha as comparison streams. I have done Ascalon, and I've done the Central Shiver Peaks in the last couple of weeks or whatever. And I will be uploading this to that playlist as well. So if you guys missed anything, if you guys are interested in any more of that stuff, if you guys could go over there, if you guys could subscribe as well. We just reached 400 people, which is super awesome, and I'm super thankful to you guys for that as well. I really, like, to me, that's like huge, you know. Having 400 people that are like following me, that are watching my content on YouTube, you know, it's really cool. I will be uploading some stuff. I am working on some videos, but for those of you that don't know, I just started a new job and it's been crazy. I was still working at the other job my 2 weeks, and then I was working like 6 days at the new job, 6 days a week, I mean, and it was crazy. Okay, I was like, I was all over the place, you know. I was just like working 12-hour shifts, so I didn't get a lot of stuff done. Okay, I will tell you guys, I did not get a lot of stuff done, but hopefully soon with my new job, maybe once I'm settled in, we're not quite open yet, so it's still kind of like everything is out there. We're doing a bunch of stuff. I will be doing more lore stuff. I'm looking to do regional lore right now. I'm working on a really long video. Right now it's up to like about 20 minutes, and I'm about halfway done maybe with it, maybe like 2/3 done with it, for specifically Ascalon. I want to talk about the history of Ascalon, and then I want to talk about the like areas, the different zones in Ascalon. That might change a little bit because I'm thinking, I don't know, there might be some different things that I might do with it. I don't know if I'm going to do it completely like that, but yeah. So if you guys are interested in anything like that, if you guys could check out my YouTube channel, I would really appreciate that. It's something, like I said, I'm trying to grow the channel. I'm trying to get more stuff in there, and the more people watch and the more comments I get as well, like, let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys want to see in the lore, you know. I know he said it jokingly, but Chicken earlier was talking about like horses. He wants to hear like my theory on horses, which I kind of gave a little bit like of a rundown of my theory on the horses and stuff. Oh god, the undead are rising. Skelks have risen. Okay, I will tell you guys something. These look like Skelks, right? These are kind of like what Skelks are in Guild Wars 2. Well, Skelks in Guild Wars 1 were completely different. They were like more, they looked more like wallows, like End of Dragons wallows, kind of like that. But they were like fungal. They had like they were all about like poison and fungi and stuff like that. So, yeah, it was a little bit different. So, okay, so we're here at the statue of Balthazar. Okay, we're here at the mausoleum. This is actually a very important part right here. So again, we're way out, right? There's no out. I mean, there's some to the north, but there's like mountains you can't cross. The last civilization, like the next outposts, are Fisherman's Haven, which again is a small little. There's like 3 huts on a beach. Okay, it's literally just like nothing. And then the Temple of the Ages, which is like nothing. Again, there's just priests and priestesses. Like Beetleton is the next closest. Well, Shaymore would be like the next closest, like not outpost, but like, you know, area that you would go to. But remember how they found the Scepter of Ore? This is where they found it. They found it in this little thing right here. I believe is where the cutscene. Is this where the cutscene takes place? I'm not quite sure. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But it's something that looks like this, and I think there is a way that you can actually find exactly where they do, or maybe that pops up in a separate. That might pop up in a separate cinematic or something. But yeah, so they find this. I will just say they find the White Mantle. Find this. Scepter way out here somewhere in the jungle. But what do we have here, right? We have this like little thing. This guy is level 20. No, not this guy. Rotscale level 30. For the base game, the release of Guild Wars 1, I want to say he was the highest level enemy that you can encounter. He's this random guy out in this random area, and he doesn't have anything interesting. Like, he doesn't have anything. There's a statue of Balthazar. You can kneel in front of it. And then the avatar will come out. I believe, right? Yeah, the champion of Balthazar will come out, and you can say like, hey, I want to have different boons on me. Okay, we only have money for, yeah, we can do a you can do different things with these guys. But yeah, so the statue of Balthazar, and then we have the I think they call it the mausoleum or something. Because there's like a quest I think that brings you here or something. But this is really tough. Like this guy might flatten me outright, like kill me. I don't know. This is really, really tough shit right now. Yeah, this is like really dangerous. So rot scale, I mean he's level 30. We're only level 20, mind you guys. That's the max level is level 20. So this would be us fighting a level 90 in Guild Wars 2. Right? This is like really tough shit. Which I don't think they even go up to level. Do they go up to level 90 in Guild Wars 2? But we're actually making this. This I will tell you guys that the group that I have set up, these are for like hard mode, so for like the hardest content in Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1, I mean. So but yeah, look. Oh, we have the cleric is healing. We'll try to stop that. But look at how much health he has. Look, we're just bombarding him with attacks and it's barely doing anything. And he's this bone dragon, right? Again, we don't see any live dragons in Guild Wars 1 except for Glint. But there's a bone dragon here, so weird, right? And yeah, it's this mausoleum. We don't get to see the mausoleum. Oops. The mausoleum is... So the mausoleum is located right here. You kind of can see that. See how like there's a river that kind of flows through here. And then this is surrounded by like a moat, by natural. Again, we're still fighting this guy. You guys see how long this is taking us? And he's not like healing himself or anything. He's just has that much health. He has like, he's like a health sponge, okay? It's just really crazy. But yeah, this is surrounded by a water moat, okay? You can't really see the water in there. There's like a smoky effect on top of it. But yeah, when you look here, this is kind of the river. The river runs up there, okay? The river runs up the mountain here. We have this river down here that kind of flows down here or whatever. But yeah, so it's right here. This is where Majesty's Rest is. What am I doing down here? Well, I kind of want to show you guys. There's something that I think they're doing like a kind of a callback to. Not necessarily something that they're like, oh, this is it, that it's moved or anything. But when you go up here, there's a little graveyard here. Okay, this is not necessarily a mausoleum, but I think this is supposed to be like the callback, because this is about, you know, we're talking like right here and right here, you know, and this is not something we can go to. This is pretty close. Where would this align with Guild Wars 1 is the question. It would be right here. It would be this corner right here. It's actually off the corner of the Sage Lands. The Sage Lands are at the Druids Overlook, and then that's where that would align. But yeah, we have this little like mausoleum here, and then we have this, and I don't know if there's any like Navarre, Treja. I don't think that's a. Venick. These are all Assyrian characters. Aaron Fletcher. He's one of the spirits. There's spirits down here, guys, at the Hidden Lake, and we'll look at that as well. We'll do all that next week. But those are all NPCs that you can actually find around in the Maguma jungle. They're all like collectors or merchants or something, and we'll keep our eye out for those names. But yeah, I kind of wanted to point out that mausoleum that's out there, and we're going to look at these names next week and stuff. So, but yeah, we're getting to the end, guys. This is pretty much it, guys. This is pretty much it. We went like 4 hours and 17 minutes for Kryta. Like I said, there's a couple more areas. I'm gonna kind of tug this stuff into when we're doing like Sanctum K, because it's easier for me to move up through River Province up into the Twin Serpent Lakes and the Fisherman Haven and stuff. There's not necessarily anything to really see out there. There's no like points of interest where I could say like, oh, you guys have to check this out, right? But I kind of want to like, Fisherman Haven specifically is actually something where you're gonna be like, oh, really? Okay, interesting. Like, because if you kind of look at the map and there's a lake right here, it kind of tells you what that area is. But I do want to show you guys that. And then Sanctum K, obviously I do want to show you guys that as well. But that's going to be once we do that, which is going to be the episode after the next. Because the next one is going to be all of this stuff, right? We're going to be moving into the Maguma jungle. And we're going to see the Maguma jungle is very, 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 very different. So in Guild Wars 1 than it is in Guild Wars 2. So we're going to kind of just move over here. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Again, this should be happening every Monday, these streams, these comparison streams. I might not be here next Monday. I don't know what my schedule is looking like at the new job right now. You know, I if I'm not streaming on Monday, I might be streaming on a different day. I don't think I'm going to do a comparison stream because I'd like to have them on set days. And I think that people, you know, people will set their like calendars like and write like, oh, make sure that every Monday I go there. I don't want to do it on like, I'm off on a Thursday. Let me just stream a comparison stream. Like, I don't really want to do that. So I'm going to keep them every Monday. If I'm streaming on a different day, I'll be streaming something else. So there's plenty of other shit. But yeah, again, if you guys want to join me over on YouTube for some stuff there, like I said, I will be uploading this if you guys have missed anything. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for Tibby, and good luck on becoming a what was it? A dryer sheet. That's what it was. A dryer sheet. I wish you the best of luck with that. Emily, as always. Chicken, as always, for all the support that you guys give me. It's really, really nice. I appreciate that. And I know there's lurkers in the back. I know I don't talk to you guys because I don't know exactly who you guys are, but I know you guys pop up once in a while on my you know, you guys will once in a while someone will be like, hey, I've been lurking for like years, I love your content, and it's great. I love that. So and of course I totally get it. You guys want to lurk, you know, whatever. So but thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys hopefully on Sunday. I should be doing a Sunday stream, and I'll see you guys then, or for whatever thing I might upload on YouTube or whatever. So thank you guys so much. Bye guys.